Good evening, members, and good evening, members of the public, and welcome to this committee meeting of Eastern Planning. My name is Penny Rivers and I'm chairing this meeting. I ask you to please keep your statements brief and to the planning point. We will be timing speeches this evening, and an alarm will sound when you've been speaking for 4 minutes. As we have a lot on this agenda, I'm proposing to move the following items to an additional agenda which has been scheduled for the 16th of March. And the items are WA 2021 01450, 02859, 03213 and 03248. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Agenda number 1 on our evening's agenda is apologies. Georgina, do we have any?
Apologies have been received from Councillor David Else, Councillor John Gray, Councillor Christine Baker and Councillor George Wilson, substituted by Councillor Val Henry, Councillor Chris Hard and Councillor Paul Follows.
Thank you. Agenda item number 2 is minutes of the last meeting. Members, are you happy to indicate your agreement to those minutes? Thank you. Declarations of interest. Georgina, are there any?
None received, Chairman.
Thank you. And questions by members of the public. Georgina, are there any?
None received.
Thank you. And agenda item 5, questions by members. Georgina, are there any?
None received.
Thank you. Any relevant updates to government guidance or legislation since we last met? Chris, are there any?
No, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. So we come to applications for planning permission. And the first is the land at coordinates, well, I won't read them, the Way and Aron Canal at Rushet Common, Bramley. The proposal is for an erection of a new bridge and construction of a new canal cut, new footpaths and landscaping as amended. Kate.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I'll just take you to the presentation now.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And here we have the location plan. The pink line you see there to the bottom of the page is Run Common Road with the site outline in red. As you can see, it includes a section of the Downs link where it's proposed a new section of canal would be created. You can see the site area also includes various land to the side of the proposed canal, which would include construction logistics areas and a compensatory flood storage area, as well as a diversion of the link during the construction works phase. And here I just have some site photos of the existing farmstead at Rushet Farm, which members who visited the site will recall as being where we met for the site visit. So this view is taken from the Downs link where it overpasses the farm with an agricultural access running below. This access would be lost as a result of the proposal, and this is the main reason why an accommodation bridge is proposed over the canal as part of the application. And here we can see just some views of the Downs link, which members who visited the site will recall. As you can see, the surface currently, whilst a made path, does get muddy at times and is in parts now certainly narrower than in other parts. I'd say probably if I were to estimate, it varies between 1 metre and 2.5 metres in width currently, with a small grass verge to the side of the main path. And as you can see, there are trees which have self-seeded following the closure of the railway line alongside the existing path, and it's not shown in the photos, but there's also currently a drainage ditch which runs to the side of the path. So here we can see the proposed plan with the new proposed canal cut in blue, which would go along the line of the Downs link towards the top of the site, the end closer towards Bertley. There would be a link created to the existing bridleway, so that people using that bridleway could travel over the Rushet Common Bridge without having to go under the bridge to continue along the bridleway. You can also see on this image around halfway along the canal next to the existing farmstead, a new bridge would be created, which would be there just to allow the farmer access to the land on the other side. And here we can see just some typical cross sections through the canal, with a cross section at the top indicating the whole width of the land, including new fencing and the towpath, which at this point would be at a higher level than the canal. And in the bottom image there, you can just see how the width would compare to typical broad and narrow boat widths. And here's just a detail of the proposed accommodation bridge. Whilst the proposed site area does go under both the existing Run Common and Rushet Common bridges, it's not proposed that any substantial alterations to those bridges would take place, but this is the new accommodation bridge. And so this is a section, you can see here the blue line is the level of the water of the canal, with the towpath adjacent here, and 3.4 metres of headroom indicated there alongside a steel safety fence. At this point, the towpath, just for the area where it goes under the bridge, the proposed towpath would be narrowed to 2.5 metres rather than the 3 metres that it is over the vast majority of the length. And here is just a small detail taken from the proposed planting plan, which indicates the applicant's intention for landscaping. It's proposed that a number of separate new copses would be created with some space between them to allow views to the surrounding countryside. The significance of the purple and green, as shown on each of the numbered copses, is that they indicate the delineation between areas where there would be preemptive tree planting, i.e. planting before the either construction was undertaken or the construction during the completion of the construction, and it's proposed that there would be a variety of native tree planting there, including a large number of oaks. And this plan shows the darker path that you can see to the bottom of the canal. There is the proposed construction logistics route, as it's detailed in the application and has been included within the site area. The yellow line to the top of the site is the route of the proposed diversion of the prow during the construction works phase. So that would ensure that the route would remain passable during the whole of the construction phase, albeit with a slight diversion, as we see there. And the key points for consideration are the impact on the green belt, the long distance walking route, and the designated Guildford to Cranley sustainable movement corridor, design, visual impact and impact on the HLV, impact on residential amenity, biodiversity, highways impacts, trees and flooding. And as you have seen, the office's recommendation continues to be for approval. And there are also a number of update sheets, 2 updates. There is a published update sheet which you will have received on Friday, and I'll also be giving you a verbal update, and just to support that verbal update and for your records, I've given you a hard copy of that today. And we've also, as you will have seen, received some legal advice, which I will just read out the conclusion of that to you. So if I take you first to the first update sheet as circulated on Friday, this first refers to an additional representation from Surrey County Council highways officers, and they state that the reopening of the railway link is not supported by Surrey County Council. And then they go on to provide the rationale for that, saying that the line was, was closed due to low profitability. They've considered whether it can be viably reinstated, and it's been found that that would be feasible from an engineering perspective, but not an environmental perspective. Sorry, no, that's incorrect. Feasible from an engineering perspective, but would have environmental impacts. They refer to studies from the 1990s, which I believe are ones which have been provided to members and members of the public as background documents, and they conclude that most trips in the area would not be between Guildford and Cranley, and at the time of those studies only 3% of capital costs would be recouped in the first year. Surrey also advised that their 2013 and 2020 railway strategies don't support the reinstatement of the line. They state that the Guildford to Cranley line was rejected because of the lack of viable business case. Previous detailed feasibility studies into the scheme carried out for Surrey County Council concluded that patronage would be insufficient to justify the significant cost of the rail line reopening. There is no evidence to suggest that the fundamental drivers of demand have changed substantially since these studies were carried out in the 1990s. The County Council therefore decided to undertake no further work on this proposal. Surrey also go on to state that the rail line may not cover operating costs or significant capital costs, and there is no capacity at Guildford Station to reintroduce the line. And Surrey conclude by saying that they strongly support the former rail line being used as a transport link for walkers, horse riders and cyclists. So that's the Surrey representation. We've also had a number of representations in on the case, and there's just one point here to note before we move on to the rest on the second update sheet, which was that we didn't include a study from 2009 by the Association of Transport Operating Companies, I believe it is, justifying the failure to safeguard the land on the basis of viability studies from the 1990s. The ATOC report was alongside this update provided to members and was referred to in the published report previously. And I just list there the background documents which have been received, which are 4 documents. And then now moving to the verbal update, in terms of additional representations received, which we've continued to receive up to today, we've had 9 additional representations in support and 11 additional representations objecting, including some which I think were sent directly to members of the committee. The additional reasons for support beyond those in the original report outlined were that the proposal would enhance the Downs link, that there would be no space for a footpath alongside a rail line, that the rail line would result in a massive loss of trees, that the proposal would should not be refused on the vague possibility of a rail link at some point in the future, that the current surface is poor, and there are a number of financial and physical reasons why a railway link would be unlikely to be provided, and that the proposal could give a good sustainable green movement corridor. and the summary of the additional, the 11 additional representations we've received, the matters which weren't included within the previous summary of previous representations are: the proposal would reduce the width of a much used amenity resource, that because local plan part 2 has now been submitted to SOS, which is Secretary of State, the proposal must be refused on the basis of emerging policy DM33. That the officers have failed to properly address policy DM33, that a strong objection from Cycling UK has been ignored, that there's a failure to correctly apply policy D7, that there's a failure to properly address the landscape impacts of the loss of the trees, a failure to have regard to the Surrey Local Transport Plan, no evidence to support the view that the opportunity to reinstate the railway line has been lost. The officer recommendation is supported on the basis of 24-year-old reports. The report doesn't refer to the ATOC report, which hasn't been shared with members. The officer isn't transparent. There is disagreement with officers' assessment of retained policy M8 and the emerging policy DM33, including detailed reference to the viability studies. The report refers to a number of representations against policy DM33, but in fact only one is against the draft policy and most are in support. And then I just detail on the next page the officer response to these comments. Some of those comments were within a letter from Lee Day, which I believe was circulated to members over the weekend. And I will comment on that separately. But with regards to the other matters, I thought it would just be useful to clarify that in terms of representations which we've received as part of the consultation exercises in relation to the draft local plan part 2 and policy DM33, the policy officers have categorised those 8 representations as follows, stating that 3 are in support of the policy, 1 suggested a light railway be constructed along the Downs link, 2 suggested that the policy should include restrictions on development which reduce the width, availability to pedestrians, impact on amenity or visual appeal of the Downs link, or affect its use as a wildlife corridor. 1 suggested that equal protection should be given to the Way and Aron Canal, and 1 suggested that the policy should refer to a sustainable transport schemes and that tourism should be encouraged, so it does not prejudice the reopening of the Way and Aron Canal and Bridleway. And then I've got some detailed comments here now in relation to the letter from Lee Day, which I understand was received on the 5th of March. It is considered that the proposal complies with retained policy M8 of the 2002 local plan. Detailed officer comment on this policy is contained in the report. The policy states that the route of the former Guildford to Cranley railway line shown on the proposals map will be protected from development in view of its importance as a movement corridor. The proposed development would provide a replacement towpath and would not prejudice the use of the land as a movement corridor. The proposal is therefore compliant with this policy. In relation to policy DM33, detailed officer comment on this policy is again contained within the report. These officer comments have been made with regard to the supporting text, which is plainly relevant to the understanding of the policy, albeit that officers accept that the supporting text is not itself the policy, and officers and members must apply the policy. Officers are satisfied that there is no conflict with the overall aim of the policy, which does not currently form part of the adopted development plan and is afforded limited weight in the planning balance. Officers have regard to all 3 parts of the paragraph 48 MPPF in reaching the conclusion that it should be afforded limited weight. Officers have also borne in mind all consultation responses received against the case in reaching this conclusion. Officers have not provided an assessment of policy DM33 against the MPPF in accordance with paragraph 219, as this approach relates only to existing plans rather than emerging plans. For the avoidance of doubt, the impacts on trees described in the report have been taken into account in reaching the overall planning balance conclusions. The AOMB officer was not consulted, as the proposal is neither within, it reads within the document, which is an error, but within the AOMB, nor likely to impact upon its setting. In deciding whether the proposal complies with Surrey's emerging transportation policies, officers have had regard to all comments received from the Highway Authority, which have raised no objection nor suggested any conflict. Officers are satisfied that Surrey County Council is best placed to identify such a conflict, and officers agree there is no overall conflict, despite the fact that the document calls for segregation of routes. The views expressed by officers in relation to segregation being unusual on a countryside route are views of officers as planners. With regards to the various reports regarding the viability of future transport schemes on the land in question, please refer to the officers' statements in this regard in the report and update sheet, including comments from Surrey County Council. Officers have considered these, but none of them have any bearing in reaching the overall conclusions with regards to compliance with the development plan and emerging policies. And I should just clarify that that relates to the viability studies. Comments in relation to the stopping up order are addressed by reason of an additional condition and informative, which we'll come to. So that's just the summary of the representations and my response to them. There's just a point of clarification, which some of you may have read in the report and been confused by, so apologies for that. There's a typographical error in the at the bottom of page 43. It refers to retained policy M8 states, and then the next paragraph on page 44 is actually referring to the policy, which is a reference to emerging policy DM33. So just to clarify the meaning there. And then in response to the queries regarding the public right of way, I'm recommending an additional condition, and I won't read that out there, but that's effectively to tie up the need to apply for stopping up and details of the surfacing, and an informative to remind the developer of their obligations in that regard with Surrey County Council is also recommended as an addition. And just one final matter of clarification in relation to the report is that the third paragraph of the summary presented at the start of the officer's report refers to the Guildford to Cranley Sustainable Transport Corridor. I believe this is an incorrect, erroneous reference, because policy DM33 refers to the Guildford to Cranley corridor, and the route is referred to in the text of that policy as a sustainable movement corridor rather than a sustainable transport corridor. So I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you very much for your patience whilst I've read out that important additional information to you. I just also wanted to, because I understand there has been an interest in what legal advice has been received. So I just read out to you the conclusion of legal advice which was circulated this afternoon. And the conclusion is that from the barrister who we've instructed to review the case for us, John Fitzsimons of Cornerstone Barristers, is that in my view there is nothing in the letter that suggests the council has been seriously or significantly misled by the officer's report. To the extent that there are minor errors in issuing requiring clarification, these should be dealt with for completeness rather than because of any legal obligation by way of a verbal update to the committee. And that is the last thing from me. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you very much. So we have 4 public speakers, Cathy Smythe, Bill Nicholson, Councillor Seabourn and Councillor Williams. Cathy, you are the first.
Madam Chair, before I start, can I just ask, have you taken the decision not to read out the statement of clarification regarding the feasibility studies which has been agreed between Waverley's solicitor and my solicitor?
Shall we vote?
It was circulated.
Yes, it was circulated, but I can do that short bit. This is from Barry Devlin, the planning solicitor. I would like to make it clear that what I agreed with the claimant's solicitors was that the council were not aware of any further feasibility studies regarding the former Guildford-Cranley railway line, the movement corridor, than those disclosed in the voluminous set of documentation sent to those solicitors in response to the statutory request for environmental information made under the Environmental Information Regulations.
That doesn't really do it. What he agreed was that while the County Council considered in 2013 whether to promote a railway scheme on the corridor, and in the event took the decision not to, this was based purely on the assessment work carried out in 1996 and 1997. And so we're left with the only feasibility study was 96, a demand assessment in 97, and the ATOC report in 2009.
May I suggest, Kathy, that you take your 4 minutes and then we assess. Okay, so start your public speaking for 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name, as you may have gathered, is Kathy Smythe, and I'm the coordinator of Friends of the Earth. But tonight I have the responsibility for speaking on behalf of many other stakeholders and interest groups, as well as representing the many members of the public who have objected to this scheme. You should by now be aware of strong objections to this proposal, which have been lodged by societies and stakeholders representing all forms of sustainable transport, walkers, cyclists and horse riders. Indeed, last time this came to committee, the objector's speaking slot was taken by Mr. Ian Wilkes of the Ramblers Association, an expert in his field and very highly regarded within this community. So I want to try to get across to you this evening why these groups feel so strongly about this application. These days, policy strongly supports sustainable travel and encourages it, but this proposal would result in a serious downgrading of this route and would compromise the sustainable travel offering. This is because it squeezes these users together into a much narrower space on a canal towpath, so next to a deep body of water, which is potentially very dangerous if you slip, fall, or get actually pushed into it, God forbid. Cyclists do slip, not just on diesel, but on mud and even on sand. And they can slide for meters still attached to their bikes because they can't always get their feet out of their cleats. Squeezing cyclists and horse riders together is also undesirable. So altogether, this represents a downgrading of a strategic national cycle route. So you have before you an objection from Cycling UK, the national cycling charity, and you don't often see that. Not just local cyclists, because this application is over part of the national route from London to Brighton. Cycling UK are the key stakeholders and their objections should be taken seriously and given weight. I won't go back over rail. I do want to say this though, nobody has looked at alternatives to heavy rail. Nobody's looked at light rail, which is much cheaper, and what about a tram? I come from Nottingham. I'd never have believed you could get a high tram through Hyson Green, but you can. So if you can do that, I reckon you can get one from Cranley up to Guildford. Then there are talk about benefits, and there is reference to Waterside and to leisure. But what leisure benefits? Nothing immediately, just a man-made body of still water. Perhaps nothing for 25 years, perhaps never. Ian Wilkes has prepared a long and detailed paper explaining why this canal may never be restored. I also hope you will have regard to the objection from the Surrey Countryside and Access Forum, a body constituted under the Crow Act. Encouraging and promoting sustainable active travel is one of the central themes of current planning policy nationally and locally. Tonight's application, if approved, will detract from the national strategic cycle route from London to Brighton. So as well as being contrary to your sustainable transport policy, I would also just urge you to pause and consider the message you will be sending out if you approve this scheme. If you approve this scheme about how seriously this council takes these commitments. So please reject this application, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kathy. With regards to your earlier query, Kate, you might be able to help.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise as a point of clarification, really, which I should have really included in my presentation, so apologies for that. But just to say the number of reports you've received, viability studies and so on as background documents, they have all obviously been taken into account, but they're only relevant to the decision insofar as our assessment of compliance with policy, retained policy M8 and the emerging policy DM33. So I just wanted to clarify that and clarify the requirement to determine the application against the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Kathy. And now may I ask Mr. Nicholson? Oh, Mr. Nicholson is on Zoom. Thank you.
Right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Jolly good. Okay, thank you. Good evening, members, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Canal Trust. The application was considered at your meeting in October last year when the committee resolved to grant planning permission subject to conditions. Before a formal decision was issued, the council received notice from objectors of a possible intention to seek a judicial review of the decision. There have been no changes to the proposal, which remains the same as when you last considered it. The Trust welcomes the updated officer's report and recommendation for approval subject to conditions, but we do recognise the reasons why it is necessary for you to consider the application for a second time. However, we see no reason why you should not reach the same conclusion to conditionally approve the application. New public consultation on the application has resulted in further letters of objection and support. I suggest that most of the issues raised in objection have been considered by you before. I also note that key consultees continue to raise no objections subject to conditions being imposed. Now, can I just address three areas of concern? There are a number, but these are the main ones. Firstly, the railway issue. I'd like to make 4 points. The proposal complies with your development plan policy, and that's confirmed by your officers. Second, the Downs Link is a popular recreational route, and the proposal will ensure that the route remains open for sustainable transport modes, bicycles, walkers, and e-walk bikes, and provide enhanced experience for users. And can I just say that in relation to canal cycleways along towpaths, the national cycle routes on the Kennet Avon Canal, for example, where the cycles happily share the towpath next to the waterway. Thirdly, there is no planned scheme for the reinstatement of the railway in the short or long term. The Trust doubts the light rail link will ever be viable, but if that were the case, would not seek to obstruct it. The Highway Authority do not object to our proposal in principle or detail. Now, turning to the impact on the users of the Downs Link. Under the proposal, the Downs Link will function as the canal towpath and will remain as a designated bridleway, part of the national cycle network. Much of the existing path width is currently narrow and poorly drained. The proposal will see the usable area of path widened to 3 metres with improved surfacing for suitable horses, walkers and cyclists. Where the path narrows at bridges, horse waiting areas and mounting blocks will be provided, and at Rushick's Common Bridge, an alternative route is provided around it. These measures will ensure a safe and convenient route for all users at all times, and they're acceptable to the Highway Authority. Finally, impact on trees and biodiversity. The proposal will involve the loss of trees of mixed value, we saw in the photographs, including 92 oak trees. In mitigation, the Trust has secured wildlife planting corridors on both sides of the canal, on which is proposed to plant 4,500 trees and shrubs, including 1,000 oaks and 200 lime. The new copse will be planted on land either side of the existing downlink corridor and will allow views out from the park. The mitigation planting will be carried out in advance of any construction works, allowing it to become established at an early stage. These and other measures proposed will ensure that the impacts of the scheme on the landscape and biodiversity are fully mitigated. In conclusion, the Canal Trust is confident from experience elsewhere on the canal that the new section of combined canal and footpath cycleway will be quickly adopted as a valued asset enjoyed by local residents and visitors alike. It will provide new water-based recreation and enhance access to the countryside by securing the site's long-term landscape and biodiversity values. I urge councillors to reaffirm last year's resolution to approve the application, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson. And now we have Councillor Seabourn, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking as one of the ward members for Bramley, Busbridge and Hascombe, given that the northern part of the application area falls within Bramley Parish. In recent weeks, a large number of perfectly legitimate comments on the application have been submitted from a wide range of locations. Of these, a relatively small percentage come from the residents of Bramley and the adjacent parishes of Wonersh and Shamley Green. So I want to take the opportunity to ensure that the committee hears a Bramley perspective. The committee considered this application in mid-October, approving it after a robust debate. I'd like to briefly cover three things that have happened since then. Firstly, the Bramley Neighbourhood Plan has been accepted at referendum and subsequently made. The plan, which utilised a parish-wide consultation conducted in December 2017 on the potential uses of the Downs link, has several relevant policies, the main one being BNP C1, which recognises the Downs link as a shared space for community use. Development that damages the physical or visual character of any of the shared spaces for community use, or which limits their recreational value, unless evidence demonstrates the space to be no longer necessary, would not be supported. However, non-residential development designed primarily to enhance their recreational value will be allowed and will potentially be actively encouraged, subject to appropriate planning permission. So this is a new piece of material planning policy that has emerged since the original application. 2/3 of the respondents to the 2017 questionnaire did not want any change in the use of the Downs link through Bramley as a recreational corridor. Roughly 1/4 supported potential reinstatement of a railway, while nearly half was strongly against it. So to summarise, the majority view in Bramley is that maintenance of the Downs link within the parish for walking, running, cycling and horse riding is their top priority. The second point that's emerged is that Waverley has been pushed to give further consideration to the retention of the Downs link as a sustainable movement corridor, as covered by retained policy M8 of the 2002 local plan and by policy DM33 of the recently submitted part 2 of the Waverley local plan. So Bramley's take on sustainable movement is first and foremost walking, running, cycling and horse riding. And then thirdly, Waverley has actively embarked on compiling a local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, towards which Bramley has recently made a submission. Not surprisingly, the Downs link features prominently in Bramley's assessment, and improving the quality and maintenance of the Downs link south of the settlement boundary is seen as an important objective and one which the Way and Aron Canal Trust is prepared to advance along the stretch under consideration. Sitting on the Downs link for a hypothetical rail restoration would potentially obstruct this objective. So as a committee, you must determine this application on the basis of planning policy. From a Bramley perspective, the key points that I hope you will consider are whether the application offers a sustainable movement corridor for walkers, runners, cyclists and horse riders of adequate width and with an adequate surface, and that should you approve the application, access to a through route for those users is maintained during the construction phase. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And now Fourthly and lastly, Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I attended the previous meeting when this matter was considered because of my interest in the Downs Link as a sustainable travel corridor, which is desirable to maintain, as referenced by our carbon neutrality action plan. But as the planning officer points out in the report, Waverley's commitment to this is also reflected in policy DM33 and retained policy M8, which I would suggest are significant planning grounds for objection. The Downs Link already provides, present tense, already provides a sustainable movement corridor for cyclists, walkers and horse riders before we consider even the possibility of this being extended to any other variety of sustainable transport, whether it be electric buses, trams or light railway, let alone the restoration of a traditional rail route. Hence, the objections of Cycling UK, the Ramblers Association and the British Horse Society, as has already been stated. Now, the reintroduction of a rail link on the Guildford to Cranley corridor would be technically feasible, would be potentially viable now or at some future date, especially if there is a modal shift in transport, which we expect and desperately hope to see over the next 5 to 10 years. And as the Lee Day letter says in a reference to the 2009 Association of Train Operating Companies report, and I quote from the Lee Day letter, the ATOP report is now out of date, but certainly does not support the conclusion that the introduction of a sustainable transport scheme, whether a railway or otherwise, is not viable. But the point is that any break in the Downs Link for any sustainable transport as an existing sustainable movement corridor would be contrary to DM33 of LPP2. And I quote from that, the route of the former Guildford to Cranley railway line shown on the adopted policies map will be safeguarded as an important sustainable movement corridor. Development in safeguarded areas which would prejudice the future implementation of transport schemes will not be permitted. And under NPPF, planning authorities should be giving weight to policies in an emerging local plan that are advanced in preparation and uncontested, which I believe this policy is. And indeed, it is consistent with retained policy M8, which says much the same thing. So the officer's report says the benefits of this proposal outweigh the benefits of safeguarding the land for potential transportation use. I would suggest that that is actually incorrect. I leave it to others to question the validity of the claims relating to biodiversity, the landscape impact of destroying 200 trees, and the extent to which the loss of 200 mature trees, including 92 Class A mature oaks, can or is likely to be mitigated by the planting of new young trees, which will take 30 or 40 years to grow to maturity. So I think that there are significant reasons to reject this application, and I do not see significant planning benefits to weigh into that balance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. And now, councillors, we've had 4 public speakers. It's very shortly your turn, but you can see on the paper that the recommendation is that permission be granted with 22 conditions and 14 informatives. But now is your time to speak, should you wish. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, I did go on the site visit, which was really useful, and thank you so much to Kate for arranging it. And obviously, anybody else that had gone on the site visit would have been aware of the current condition of the Downs Link at that point. You know, although, yes, I've cycled down it myself, it is obviously extremely narrow in places and muddy, and it is not maintained on a regular basis. I think that what the Way and Aron Canal Trust are proposing is to create, you know, a better surface that will be much more usable for people. It's strange that they mentioned somebody mentioned the Canal Canal, because I did look at that to see what the benefits of that. And the benefits have been quite considerable to the local community. Travel along the towpath has increased considerably. There's been benefits to the local economy of the canal. And also one of the things that I remember reading was that it gave it a sense of place, you know, that it gave it something special for the area as well. And also for well-being. So you know, there have been lots of benefits for the Kent-Navan Canal, as well as contributing, as I said, to the local economy. I was interested to see the ATOC report being bandied around, because obviously I had read that, and I read it quite a long time ago. It was actually fully reviewed by Waverley Borough Council and Surrey County Council at the time, and actually Friends of the Earth were involved in that review as well at the time. And whilst it, you know, it was a very high level report, they obviously hadn't done the feasibility study at that stage. You know, there were very valid points raised at the time when they looked at that report. And again, Friends of the Earth were around, Surrey County Council, there's a whole list of people within the minutes that were there. And it did say that you know, that it would have to be, the Downs link would have to be accommodated at a different level, that it couldn't exist side by side. And this was only for a single track railway. It wasn't a double track railway, it was a single track railway. You know, that there would be considerable loss of trees and vegetation, that they hadn't looked at fully at the capital costs. And I think at the time, ATOC did say it could be about £100 million. That was in the minutes at the time. And, you know, they also did say, you know, pointed out about access to parking, you know, and there needing to be car parks for people, for the actual railway as well. That it wasn't possible, technically feasible, to bring in a light railway onto a main railway line at the time. So they did actually admit that there was probably need to do compulsory purchase order to purchase more land as well. But what was very clear within this report was that the Downs link in its current recreational condition was not feasible next to the railway line, whether the railway line was considered, you know, to be possible at that time, but it wasn't possible to accommodate both of them at that time. And I think that is a very interesting and valid point, because what is very clear is that is what we are trying to achieve. We're trying to achieve a sustainable movement corridor. And whether people like it or not, DM33 has limited weight at the moment because it has gone to the inspector. The inspector may decide that the negative wording within DM33 is not appropriate. And actually, you know, who knows? So that is being looked at the moment. So we're left with the current retained policy, which we have to look at. And as officers say, you know, it meets that policy at the moment. And I cannot think of any planning reason why this should be refused by this particular committee. If somebody, I will listen obviously to my fellow councillors, and perhaps somebody will come up with a planning reason, but there is no planning reason why this should not be approved, as it was done already, approved by this committee tonight. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I mean, I may, if I can come back later on particular points, if I hear things, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. And the next speaker is Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Chairman. In the light of this application coming back to committee for consideration, along with my fellow members of the committee, I've read all of the background information, even waded through the 8 ATOC report and the Surrey County Council Rail Strategy report. I retain, if I may, at the moment, although I will carefully listen to my fellow members' views, I do believe that the Way and Aron Trust has a proven record of providing excellent facilities for the benefit and enjoyment of residents. And I believe that the Trust has properly faced and seriously considered
the potential problems of an ecological nature associated with this application. I did also look at the comments from residents far and wide, not all limited to the particular area. And I recognise the anxiety of many of those people that approving this application might rule out future prospects for the restoration of the Guildford to Cranley railway line. And I do respect their views, but bearing in mind the estimated costs, with little prospect of the necessary business backing being found or indication that the line would ever be financially viable, I believe that it would be entirely wrong to refuse the applicant the application we are considering here, in the hope that the line could perhaps be reopened at some time in the future and all of the associated problems could be overcome. There are many problems associated with reopening the line, not least of which, as a member of Cranley, a resident of Cranley and representing Cranley, it is my personal belief that Cranley would become even more gridlocked than it is at the moment and would become a vast car park. With reference to the application before us, I believe the proposals will greatly enhance the immediate and wider area for the benefit of the health, the well-being, and the enjoyment of a large number of residents and visitors. And I have noticed that Bramley and parish councils do not object to the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. We have next Councillor Cossa, followed by Councillor Goodridge and Councillor Follows and Councillor Darcy. So Councillor Steve Cossa.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, can I just sorry?
Sorry, no, Councillor.
Can I just first of all say a thank you to our case officer here. I feel as members we've had a huge amount of information to assimilate on this, quite properly so, and I think this has been a very tricky application to deal with. So whatever our conclusion this evening, I'd just like to thank our planning and case officer for the work she's done on it. When this came to committee before, I didn't vote, as the majority did, in favour of the application. I actually abstained, which is quite rare for me. I usually make my mind up on things. But the reason for that was because I actually saw some force in the arguments that were presented to us by the objectors. And I found the planning arguments quite complex and very difficult to unravel. So in some ways, I'm quite pleased that it's come back, because it's given me at least a chance to listen to further argumentation and also to further explore some of the planning issues. I'm bound to say, and this rarely happens, even though we represent the same ward, I find myself pretty much on the same page as Councillor Williams on this this evening. And I don't share the view that there are no substantial planning reasons on which to turn down this application. If you look at policy M8, I don't think there can be any serious doubt about its general purpose. If I can just find the relevant section, which I have bookmarked. Retained policy M8 states that the route of the Downs link should be protected from development as an important movement corridor. Well, we have a proposal for developing that area. I find the proposal actually quite bizarre. I know that's not what we're here to discuss this evening, but a section of Canal, I know there are other applications coming forward, but people talk about there being no sense or viability potentially in some whatever it is, you know, as Kathy Smythe said, it might be light railway, it might be tram, but some form of movement there. But I don't think we've got any certainty that the canal will actually ever get finished in those terms, because they were already having to divert from what, as I understand, was the original purpose, which was to go along the original route. I'm sure there are all sorts of proper and significant land issues around that, but that really isn't the case. Now, we're told that we can only give limited weight, if I can just return to this, to the stuff in part 2 and just DM33. Remember these initials, it's so hard at times. But frankly, given the fairly obvious point made in the policy in D8, I think DM33, which we can take some weight to, and it's up to us to decide, I think, how much weight we give to that. But I see it in a different way. I see it as actually providing a further and clearer explanation on the back of D8, basically. So I think we should take seriously what is said in there. I think we also have to take seriously, and this is a planning reason in my view as well, the issue about the trees. And we're talking about D7 of Local Plan 2002 and LPP1 NE1. I think in all those circumstances, and I'm not going to start quoting from the report again because I probably haven't, oh, it's all right, I've still got 4 minutes, that's handy. Because I probably haven't got time, but I think it's absolutely clear that the protection of trees is a very important consideration for us in our planning policies. And to say that we're going to lose 200 trees, 92 of which are Class A oaks, on the promise that we will get reinstatement. But how many years are we talking? We're talking about oaks here that have still got, as I understand the report, at least 40 years of life. And I'm really unhappy about the thought that we shouldn't give weight to that as well. I want to raise one other issue, which I probably need some help on actually, but one of the things that concerns me is, having been on the site visit and having looked at this, I'm not really satisfied that there's going to be sufficient space for both cyclists and pedestrians to use what is being proposed in a segregated way. And my understanding is that the thrust of national policy has all been towards segregation in these circumstances, yet we seem to find what is being proposed here acceptable. I don't find it acceptable. When I go walking sometimes, I find cyclists, you know, can be quite difficult. I know I do much better, and I'm sure most pedestrians do, in circumstances where there is actually a segregation. So again, like my colleagues, I will listen carefully to what others have to say, but having had more chance to think about this, I'm afraid, you know, I'm tending towards the view that actually I can't support. I understand and respect what the planning officer has said to us, but I read the weight and the interpretation of the policies in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cossett. We have Councillor Michael Goodridge.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I found the site visit very helpful, and it illustrated exactly how it would be. That was helpful. If I deal with trains first, or the potential of trains, and having read all the reports and the voluminous papers on the subject, I think the chances of a single line railway is pretty remote, to say the least, particularly when one sees the Surrey County Council's information that we've had brought before us in the update. And I recall as well, when we were dealing with the planning application for Dunsfold Park, that we were told that the tunnel south of Guildford Station was at capacity. Therefore, there was no room for more trains to run into Guildford Station, which I suppose is saying the same thing as in the Surrey County Council's report when they say Guildford Station is at capacity. But if for some miracle trains were going to be reinstated, it wouldn't then be a movement corridor for pedestrians, cyclists and horse riders, because there isn't room for all of them. And I'm keen to ensure that the Downs link can continue for pedestrians, runners, cyclists and horse riders. And therefore, the decision one has to take is whether or not adding a canal as well will, bearing in mind the width of everything, will be sufficient. And we're told, and I could visualize it, that a 3-meter pathway throughout will be provided, which is about, in most of the section we walked, was at least 1 meter, if not 2 meters wider than existing at present, because it's pretty narrow. Coming on to the trees, I must say I didn't see many trees that, mature trees that had survived the last set of high winds. There were a lot of silver birches that were at a jaunty angle, if I might put it that way, or broken entirely. And therefore, I say for the run common end, when there were a few mature trees there, further up, there was very few trees apart from self-seeded trees that had clearly self-seeded since the railway ceased. So the shock horror that we're going to cut down lots of beautiful trees, I was hard pressed to see many beautiful trees there myself. Some of the trees that were there had, in the last set of winds, had their tops taken out, which is probably post-report or post-tree report. So I much agree with what Councillor Townsend had to say, and at the moment I am minded to go with the officer's recommendation, because I can see a benefit for a variety of reasons for this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodrich. Councillor Paul follows.
Thank you, Chair. I think in many respects it's probably good that I wasn't at the last one where you all talked about this. It's almost liberating in a way, and thank you to the officers for preparing what is clearly a pretty substantial report on a matter with a number of interests. I think my first thing would be a question. Actually, a lot of the discussion has been talking about the width of the towpath and the segregation of space. And I would just quite like to explore that briefly. I'm sure, like everybody here, at some point in their lives, we've walked down a towpath or cycled down a towpath. I feel like I've been on towpaths that were less wide than 3 meters, and it's been shared by people, cycles, and in some cases horses, without any particularly detrimental effects. And I was wondering if there were any national policy steers either on segregation or on the widths of towpaths in these sorts of situations that we can call on. If I may pause there, Madam Chair, to refer back to officers before I carry on, that would be fantastic.
Kate, would you like to help there?
Not so far as I'm aware.
So can I conclude then that that is a matter of judgment for us as to whether we think it's reasonable or not in terms of how wide it is, the segregation or not of the path, and the comments made by other stakeholders on that matter?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. In terms of the protection of trees, I know the site, but I wasn't able to come to the site visit because I was a substitute relatively late in the day for this. I have had the advantage of seeing a number of these documents in the past, and I've read through them in a long time ago now, but so I'm aware of the background. But 92 oaks in particular does sound significant by anybody's number. It certainly doesn't seem to be particularly compliant with what we'd like to see as a council. I'm guessing from the report and also from comments here tonight, that's not all that's being lost. However, comments such as the ones that Councillor Goodrich made, can we just get some clarity as to what absolutely is being lost and the quality of that, quality of what we are losing? If it is as high as has been explained in the report and in other comments, the loss of such mature trees would be extremely difficult to defend. I'm very hopeful that the few members that are far more knowledgeable about this subject matter than I, who will be speaking after me, I hope will go into it further. But are there any comments that officers could give on that matter?
Yes, so from the submitted tree survey, it is correct that a species group of 92 oak trees would be lost, which are in the majority, although not entirely, trees which have self-seeded since the railway line was closed. and the group, I believe, is categorised as a group as grade A, but that doesn't mean to say that all the trees individually are mature. It's simply all the specimens of that particular species within the site. And in addition to the oaks, there are a number of other species of trees that would need to be removed as part of the proposal. And that is obviously something which is regrettable, certainly. But I think sort of looking at the proposal in the round and the replacement tree planting, which would include in the detail which we've received over 1,000 new oaks being planted, that overall it's considered that the harm would be addressed, and including through things like preemptive planting within copses. And thank you. Did that answer everything?
And if I may finally just conclude, I completely agree with Councillor Costa's point regarding DM33. I mean, we are entitled at this point to give it the weight that we see fit. It's not gone to an inspector yet, so I think that's a place we have to make a judgment. And very finally, on the matters of rail, I would agree with the first speaker that standard heavy rail is completely unfeasible, and I don't think anybody's really talking about that in that way. That would have been, as the report shows, unfeasible in the 90s, unfeasible in the 2000s. It was probably unfeasible pre-COVID, and it's certainly, I would argue, probably unfeasible post-COVID in terms of the actual demand for that kind of transport option. In terms of any other light rail or other options, I can't see any evaluation per se of that. But I would imagine we'd be having a similar discussion as to the destruction of trees and various other impacts if we were even talking about that, even if it were viable. So it's a little bit difficult to take on some of those things on board. I reflect on things such as the process for HS2, which when there was a demand and the money to build a railway line, compulsory purchases were done left, right and centre, and things were ploughed through regardless of whether anybody had any objection whatsoever. So I think my point there would be that if there was an option at some point for some kind of rail option, it would probably happen notwithstanding any of the constraints, either of the geography or of any other objection. I think the only viable route at Horsham, they were looking at this to London, even that seems to be going the other way. So for me, the rail bit is a bit of a red herring, and I'm keen to focus on the other elements of this, and particularly the tree discussion. So I'm going to stop there and listen to other comments. I'm hoping more knowledgeable people than me will speak on trees and biodiversity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Follows. We then have Councillor Darcy.
Well, I wasn't going to start off about biodiversity. I was going to start off by saying we've heard a lot about the viability of a railway, but we're not here to discuss a railway. We're here to discuss whether this proposal, which is not a railway, should go ahead. I've heard a lot about the current state of the Downs link. Well, we're not here to talk about the state of the Downs link because that's a completely separate issue. What we're here to talk about is whether or not this proposal breaks some of our policies and whether in fact it provides benefits that outweigh, because it's acknowledged, I noticed it was acknowledged in the summary. It said the benefits of this proposal outweigh the benefits of safeguarding the land for potential transportation use. Well, that's an admission that it does have, or that we should be safeguarding it for potential transportation use. It doesn't say movement, it says transportation. Anyway, transportation movement is the same thing. So I say that's a statement that's accepted, that there is a reason to safeguard it, but it's saying the benefits outweigh. Okay, so what are the benefits? In this case, it says the canal will provide benefits by attracting visitors to enjoy recreation-based boating. Well, obviously, these benefits will only arise once a substantial part of the former canal has been restored, and the full benefits will require it to be linked to an existing recreational waterway, such as the Way navigation. This would allow it to be serviced by existing facilities, and currently these do not exist on the remnants of the Way in Aron. Is this reasonable, therefore, to claim that this planning application will deliver those benefits? What we're talking about is a 600-metre lake, not connected at either end to anything. Now, if you're going to go boating on it, you're going to have to take the boat over land. You're going to have to drag the boat, or you're going to have to put it in the back of your car, aren't you? So it's a bit of a joke to call it a canal. It's not a canal, and it never will be. I mean, I was a bit disappointed to hear what Richard Seabourn had to say, because I think he didn't represent the true feelings of many people in Bramley. He knows very well that there's huge opposition to the Way and Aron in Bramley. And part of that is based because what used to be the Way and Aron is now built on. And there's no prospect of the Way and Aron being able to go through Bramley. They know that. So we should perhaps talk a bit about the viability of the canal. They've been going for 50 years. And in 50 years, they've restored, out of 22 miles, they've restored 3.5. At this current rate, it'll be 200 years before they manage to link the two ends up, if they ever do, which is highly doubtful. Now, I used to be a fan of the Way and Aron Canal Trust. I thought they were doing a good job until they decided that they would destroy the Downs link in order to pursue their project. A lot of people in Bramley and the surrounding area are not happy about that, I can assure you. It sort of concerns me greatly that what was a restoration, this is not a restoration, because this was never the Way and Aron Canal. This was the Guildford to Cranley and Horsham Railroad. So what we're talking about isn't a restoration, but in fact a completely new project. So it's the viability of that project we should be questioning, not the viability of a rail link. Which brings me on to my other point, if I can find it. Right. Now, I agree with Councillor Cossa that it's very clear to me that DM33 doesn't just refer to cycling, walking and horse riding. Why would you talk about a movement corridor when and especially given the simple fact that it's an ex-railway? So clearly, when they talk about transport schemes, as it says in DM33, this development in safeguarded areas which would prejudice the future implementation of transport schemes will not be permitted. Well, clearly, we're not just talking about horse riding, cycling, because that's already there. We're talking about future implementation of transport schemes. Now, what sort of transport schemes could we be talking about? I think we all agree that heavy rail is unlikely. However, there are now many alternatives to that. There's trams, there's light rail, there's very light rail, and there's even ultra light rail. Not only that, but future developments such as autonomous guided vehicles, there's all sorts of possibilities that are opening up. So I'm going to read you my conclusion, because I should get to the point. The Downs link has been protected from development for more than 50 years. Although up to now, no alternative transport use has been implemented, we are facing a combination of pressures that will make the need for a sustainable transport corridor critical. Cranley is rapidly expanding in size. A new settlement of at least 1,800 houses at Dunsfold is planned, and the population of the surrounding villages, such as Oldfold, are growing. The A281 struggles to cope with current traffic. 46% of Surrey carbon emissions are from transport. Waverley already needs a low carbon transport option that bypasses the 281, and this can only become more urgent. Yet we are proposing to remove the only existing available corridor which our own policies have preserved for the past 50 years. Developments in transport technology mean that a variety of new solutions will appear, but they are likely to need an infrastructure separate from the roads. At a stroke, we are removing a carefully preserved option just as technology begins to open up exciting possibilities. Even if we ignore the clear breach of our own policies, this proposal has been objected to by many groups and individuals. We've heard about UK Cycling, Guildford Cycling Forum, the British Horse Riding Society, the Ramblers, the Surrey Community Countryside Access Forum, the Guildford Society. I mean, I could go on. All of whom say it will adversely impact on their use of the Downs link. Even some Way and Aron Canal Trust members have objected, rightly pointing out that this is not and never was the route of the canal the Trust was created to restore. This is a proposal born out of frustration at the lack of progress their project has made. Restoring less than 20% of the original canal in 50 years. At this rate, it'll be another 200 years for a waterway linking the Way and the Aron, and this will not be a restoration. We can sympathise with this frustration, but we cannot allow it to impose upon the future prospects of the rest of the community. We should refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darcy. Now I believe we have Zach to speak with us. Zach.
Well, yes, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to ask a question, and I'm not trying to be awkward here, but given that Councillor Darcy has just read out a statement which was pre-prepared before the meeting, can he be satisfied and can we be satisfied that he has not been predetermined before this meeting, given that, you know, to make a decision on this application, he should be listening to the officer's presentation and third-party representations. I'd welcome the views of our borough solicitors, our legal officers here, because my opinion is that if you're reading out something that says this should be refused before you've prepared before the meeting, I think it's difficult to argue that you're not predetermined. Thank you.
I've been writing most of it.
I think it's quite unacceptable in my view, and I'm going to say this, that our planning officer should question whether someone is predetermined. I think we all as councillors do listen to the presentations, we read the reports, we go on the site visits where we can, and often, because we want to collect our thoughts together, we make some notes prior to the meeting. And I just think that there is no case of predetermination, and it's quite improper, actually, for our planning officer to suggest that that may be the case in respect of an individual member.
Well, if I may, Chairman, Councillor Darcy just read out this application should be refused. I don't see how anything I've said is improper. That suggests to me predetermined determination.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think it should be refused.
1 minute.
What's the problem with that?
1 minute. Thank you, Councillor Costa, and thank you, Councillor Darcy, and thank you, Zach. I think that Zach does make a completely responsible point. We should all come to this with open minds and listen to the debate. However, because you raised your paper and I could see that it was written, Zach is not in this room. He is at a disadvantage because he's on Zoom. So I listened to what you say, Zach, thank you very much, but I'm satisfied that you've written that within the meeting, Councillor Darcy.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say that I do make notes before the meeting, and I copy extracts of the report so that I've got them ready for me when I'm going to make a point.
Thank you.
Obviously, you try and compose certain thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you.
But it's during the meeting that I make my mind up.
Thank you very much. And thank you for speaking. And now we come to Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I find this a rather complex application, and the more one drills down and listens to what people have to say, the more disturbing it becomes. And whilst this application could provide for an enhanced leisure facility for the Cranley area, there are a lot of pluses and minuses there, and I do have some reservations. The first reservation I think is with regard to our strategy with regard to climate exchange, and I'm really worried about the number of trees that are going to be wholesale disposed of. And if you've never actually heard trees being annihilated, it really is horrendous. It's torturous. And in the report, it claims that there are 90 plus A-grade trees. That's a huge amount of trees to go. And with all its diversity as well, that gives me a lot of pain. I'm going to park it there. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Gale next, but before you speak, Councillor Gale, may I just say that by leaving the room, you missed a couple of moments of the debate. but I've given it a bit of consideration and I think you can still vote. But given the reason why you left the room, may I suggest that after we've taken the vote for this, we have a 5-minute comfort break. Thank you. So Councillor Gale.
Sorry about that. I've come to the meeting after reading oodles of legal documents and all sorts of things that have been sent to us over the past week or more. And I wanted to come and sit and listen tonight to see what other people were saying. And I've made some notes. So if I can just briefly go through the notes, which may not be very well joined up because I haven't predetermined this. We're asking to look tonight at somebody who wants to dig a 600 metre by 9.5 metre lake just outside of Cranley. And they want to dig this lake on something which we are protecting or hope to protect under DM33, whether it's emerging or not, or whether it's a policy, but that's to protect a sustainable movement corridor. We haven't got that there for a lake, basically, because that's what we're asking to give permission for. This lake is going to need car parking. The lake is going to need people to get to it via vehicles. There's going to need to be some car parking. Otherwise, how can you enjoy a lake if it's for boating? It may never join anything else. And this is what people are talking about the Downs leak. It may never be developed. If we dig a hole in the middle of it, it will never be developed. We're looking at the loss of 90+ mature oak trees, which allegedly have a 40-year life expectancy. In my book, we're supposed to protect the environment. That's not protecting the environment as far as I can see it. And I don't think Waverley would really want to cut down 92 mature oak trees. Just because someone hasn't come forward yet with a proposal to link Guildford and Cranley doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. In fact, Councillor Follows mentioned when somebody wanted to run across the country with HS2, we found lots of money. We took over pieces of land. We bought all sorts of things. Well, we didn't actually. Well, somebody did. But just because there is no study at the moment to do that for the Downs link, it doesn't mean it won't come forward. So again, if we dig a hole in it, it will never happen. We're looking at a waterside leisure park is what I think we're looking at. And that's not really what people wanted to keep the Downs link for. And in my view, we heard from Mr. Nicholson, who mentioned the Kennet and Avon Canal, because somebody mentioned earlier that it is actually dangerous for people to cycle along a canal towpath, which I have to agree with. And as Mr. Nicholson actually brought up the Kennet and Avon, I can tell you that my grandfather fell in the Kennet and Avon many, many times off of his bicycle when he'd been fishing. So I think we can see that that does happen. I'm not happy with this going through and digging a hole. I think there are better places to dig those holes if the Canal Trust want to do that, and in more sustainable places than where they're looking at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reid, and then we have Councillor Howard and Councillor Townsend. So Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please all turn to page 30 in your document? Thank you, councillors. Now, I know this area very well, and I didn't come on the site visit because of that. But if you have a look at the canal itself, which is to the right of the proposed digging of the canal, you will see that the road or the trackway goes over the Way and Aron Canal. In fact, there is a big sign saying, "This is the Way and Aron Canal," and you can see it's both sides of the road. And that's off Run Common Road, which leads from the Guildford Road out of Cranley. Why are we digging or asking approval for digging another canal that isn't connected with that? And I mean, I went there on Sunday to have a look. It's just as wide as a canal should be. It's beautiful. That's my first point. Now, the other thing I did over the last week is have a look at the Aron Canal Trust. And I looked on Companies House. They will have to do an enormous amount of fundraising because at the moment, I think they have just over £1 million in the coffers. The other thing I looked at was their aims as a group, as a trust. The aim of the trust, this is reading from their document, is to achieve the restoration as a public amenity of the navigable link between the rivers Wey and Aron. It aims to restore and maintain essential features of the natural and man-made landscape affecting the waterway, and to maintain and enhance the diversity of habitats and of nature conservation value. Canal restoration. This is not canal restoration. It's digging a new canal, which, as fellow councillors have said, is very unacceptable. Contrary to the officer's report, our local plan part 2 has been submitted and is so nearly at a stage that it can hold very considerable weight if we decide to give it that weight. There are no comments against the policy in the pre-submission document. The policy DM33 says that the Downs link, the Ilford to Cranley corridor, will be safeguarded, and I'm repeating again what I know that Councillor Williams has said, as an important sustainable movement corridor. Development in safeguarded areas which would prejudice the future implementation of transport schemes will not be permitted. And I quote here from Local Plan Part 2, it's very important to consider supporting the public rights of way, sustainable transport, healthy lifestyles, and wildlife corridors. It also says that our own council will work with Surrey County Council and developers to maintain and enhance these routes. It's a bridleway, a recreational route, the Downs Link, for walkers, cyclists and horse riders. These policies should not be overridden or indeed misinterpreted. It's not an issue of stopping the Wey and Aron Canal Trust restoring the canal. I walked down Run Common at the weekend. It's a great length of canal, both sides of the road, as you can see on that page 30. It can easily be extended as the waterway is clear and free of vegetation. Lots of wildlife, mallards, lots of scrub land. It's just the sort of unspoiled area, as Councillor Darcy described at our last meeting on this subject. The aim, I will talk again about the aim of the trust, is to restore and maintain. And they have done wonderful work on bridges and locks, canal restoration schemes here with their volunteers and elsewhere in the country. And that's why whoever was saying, well, there have been supporters from all around the country, it's because the volunteers go to other venues. So you have a decision, I think, councillors here, to think about a very big decision. The Wey and Aron Canal can be restored without compromising the Downs link. And there I'll finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I'm looking on page 53, and having come here listening to all the comments, having read everything. I'm surprised there hasn't been more information supplied on the biodiversity and the impact on nature. So I'm particularly interested in comments on paragraph 6 on page 53 about potential for host-backed routes shall be evaluated. But actually we know that it's a very important area for bats, and there's quite a number of species that are there. So surely that's putting the cart before the horse. We need to know the impact on bat species. I'm also a local resident, and I've been very aware of the impact of the Run Common closure. And that has been going on for 2 years. And that is because they have found great crested newt, evidence of great crested newts. We've also got a major badger area there. No mention of badgers. They're all protected species. So I'm very concerned that I don't think we've given due diligence to the biodiversity aspect. Like other councillors, I'm very concerned about the cutting down of 92 Class A oaks. It takes a very long time to replace mature trees. So I just wondered if the officers could comment on why there is not more information here, and what would happen if they then did discover that that there was all these species and the European directive, and where we stand on that.
Thank you. Kate, can you respond?
Yes, thank you. Just to clarify in relation to the condition recommending further detailed surveys, that's just to ensure that the bat surveys that's to ensure that trees are checked for bats in a very close time frame to when they will be felled. The application was submitted with a large amount of ecological information, and the ecological survey submitted did identify bat presence on the site, so it's known that there is a presence. But in terms of the condition, that's something we often put on just to, because obviously a significant time can elapse between when consent is granted and when something is implemented, and so the ecological position can change. Yeah, so just to clarify there, thank you.
Thank you. So we then have 3 more speakers: Councillor Townsend, Councillor Hegan and Councillor Sadler. So Councillor, I beg your pardon, yes?
So there's been a great deal of emphasis on with the closure of Run Common, the extended closure of Run Common, and the weight that Natural England gave to the protection of great crested newts. So why is that not the same weight being given here?
Oh, thank you, Councillor. I'm sorry, I don't know the proposal which you're referring to there. All I can say is that our specialist technical advice from Surrey Wildlife Trust didn't raise a significant concern with regards to impact on protected species in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, just regarding Run Common and the great crested newts, it was historic DNA of great crested newts that was located, and then they had to do some extra surveys from, but that doesn't obviously have any correspondence to any corresponding link to this application. And it does mention about the badgers, and obviously there was a badger set, and that has been moved as part of the Run Common work. So I think that is mentioned in the report. With regard to the trees, I mean, I am wanting to save trees, I'm not wanting to cut down loads of trees. I was really surprised when I went down there, and I, as I said, I've been down there quite a few times before, but never looking specifically in that particular area really at the trees. And there were, I think, about maybe 4 or 5, like what we consider mature oak trees, sort of this sort of size, that will need to be chopped down. The rest of them, which are the self-seeded, are little spindly things. I mean, we are not talking about mature oaks. And if they were, I wouldn't be having the opinion I have got now, I can assure you. They are little self-seeded and they're all vying for space because they've all self-seeded all together. So their longevity is probably impacted slightly. And I am influenced by the preemptive planting that the Way and Aron Canal are going to do. And whilst I do recognise that, you know, it's not going along the existing bed, they don't own that land, and they have tried to go along that bed, and this is their opportunity to progress this plan. And to be honest, one of the things we have to realise tonight, that if we don't actually think perhaps of an alternative to perhaps using the bit of the Downs link, that potentially that may have an impact on the whole project. And then that is also looking at the project as well, going through Dunsfold Park Garden Village, which was all part of the planning application there, you know, the canal basin and the canal going through there. They're already at Compass Gate. So, you know, they have done a lot of work. And obviously, you know, whilst the work may not be as quick as people might like, what it's doing is creating a legacy and something very special for the area. So we do have to perhaps think about, you know, whilst you're thinking about other opportunities and that, this is the opportunity they've got. This is what we're looking at within the red line boundary, the land that they own. And, you know, I think that it is important to not see it as a lake, because the aspiration is that it will join up and become a canal. And that is the aspiration of the Way and Aron Canal Trust, as has been the aspiration of many canal trusts. And you know, we can only look at the application we've got in front of us. And I must admit, the site visit, and I'm really, really sad that more people didn't come on it, because you would have seen the quality of the trees and known from that, that the pre-planting that's being proposed is a really positive aspect of this actual application. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for allowing me to come back.
Thank you. Thank you. We have Councillor Hegan, Councillor Sadler, Councillor Maxingale, and Councillor Cossett. Several seconds. Yes. And then if it's been said, no, we don't feel the pressure to say it again. Councillor Hegan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm still struggling with this application, and I'm still wondering if I'll take the coward's way out and abstain. I came along this evening thinking that one of the lessons about planning that I've absorbed is that you can't refuse an application in the hope that something better will come along. And that's not predetermination, that's what I feel I've had drilled into me. But it seems we're looking at potentials that may or may not materialize on both sides of the fence, which is why I think it's difficult. And I've listened to the concern about trees, but I think that realistically, if we're ever to aspire to this space being an effective movement corridor, we're going to lose trees, whichever format it takes. So I'm still struggling, but I did want to make the point about trees. And I did want to say, I think this is very finely balanced between looking at visions of the future that really go beyond the lake. I do believe that lake is a good word for what is actually in front of us. So I'm unresolved.
Thank you, Councillor Hegan. Councillor Sadler.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just quite a simple question, really. On page 29, it notes that the committee resolved to grant consent for. Where do we stand legally if, now, because we've got the threat of action that we're revisiting?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Chairman. Would you like me to help on that?
Yes, please.
Okay, no problem. Well, certainly the committee is not bound by its earlier decision. It's perfectly entitled to come to a different decision. All I would say really is that I would encourage members to really consider and, where possible, verbalise their reasons for coming to this different view, if members were minded to refuse in this instance. Really, it's an issue of ensuring that reasons are given more so than the principle of coming to a different decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy. Okay, Councillor Gale, please.
No, thank you for letting me just come back. It was just on the point of not actually being on the site visit. I don't think we need to go on the site visit with a group of people. We can all go and look at these things ourselves. And the point about the oak trees, we're told they are 92 Class A oaks with a 40-year life expectancy. It doesn't say in the report that they are spindly self-seeded twigs. And in fact, I believe oaks don't do that. They are very picky about where they grow, and they don't all cluster together and try and vie for space, certainly not to become a tree that would be worthy of 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, the oaks as a group are classed as category A, but that doesn't mean that they're individually all categorised as category A.
Thank you.
The categorisation of the trees has been given as a group for their group value, which is different to saying that each tree within that group individually has the merits of an individual category A tree, which I think was the statement.
Councillor Cossey, you are.
Well, I was going to raise this same issue, you see. I mean, we're being told that people have gone along and they've looked at them, they're all spindly little things and so on. I was on the site visit as well. I was perhaps concentrating on other things, but the report we have in front of us says that the trees are graded as graded as category A and contain at least 92 oak trees. Category A trees are defined in the tree plan as trees of high quality with a remaining life expectancy of at least 40 years. I mean, this is quite a crucial point. We now seem to be being told that, oh, actually, it's just a group and there might be anything from 1 to 92 within the group that are actually Class A. And I don't think that's a very, given this is one of the critical considerations, I find that really difficult in terms of helping us to make the decision and reach the conclusions we need to come to.
Thank you. Councillor Reid, and then I think everybody has spoken. So Councillor Reid, just briefly if you can.
Just on the point of the trees, I've also downloaded and printed Surrey Interactive Map, which shows this proposed route, which goes through 2 areas of woodland. Whereas the Downs Link Road, only has more spindly trees or mature trees that are way back off the path. So maybe that's the difference. But I've got that if anyone wants to look at it.
Thank you very much. If I might make a little tiny point that councillors should all have the same information on which to make any decision tonight, and that there was a site visit arranged. And though our sat-nav did take us entirely the wrong direction and we were late, we did make the site visit. It was open to everybody. And if everybody had gone on that visit, they would have seen these trees, as Councillor Goodridge did. So as everybody has spoken once, Councillor Darcy, and then we draw a line.
I just wanted to say that I didn't go on the site visit because I was at the dentist. However, I have cycled up and down that stretch many times, and I went on Sunday specifically to look at that stretch to see how it is at this moment in time. So I did see the trees, and not all of them are spindly. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. So councillors, we had a very lengthy and deep debate. We have a recommendation in front of us that permission be granted, subject to 22 conditions and 14 informatives. So now is your opportunity.
The extra condition as well.
With an extra condition, thank you. Now is your opportunity to vote. So will all those in That is correct. Are you asking for all in favour of a recorded vote, please show? Councillor Follows, are you talking through the chair? So we'll have a roll call vote. So when your name is called, please signify whether you are in favour of the recommendation that this be granted.
Chairman.
In favour.
Councillor Costa. Councillor Darcy.
Against.
Councillor Denis. Councillor Ellis.
For.
Councillor Gale. Councillor Goodrich.
For.
Councillor Hegan.
Abstain.
Councillor Reid.
Against.
Councillor Sadler. Councillor Townsend.
For.
Councillor Henry.
Against.
Councillor Howard.
Against.
Councillor Follows.
Abstain.
Right. Sorry. Sorry. I think it's four, three abstention. Yes. We've got four. We've got five. There's seven altogether. Sure, yes. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. You've got 5 for, 5 in favour, 6 against, and 3 abstentions.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to just do that again, please, for the absolute clarity, because there seems to be some difference within the room. So if we could take the vote again, if you don't mind.
Okay. Okay, we'll take it all. Right, Councillor Rivers. 4. Councillor Costa.
Against.
Councillor Darcy.
Against.
Councillor Denis. Sorry.
Abstain.
Councillor Ellis.
For.
Councillor Gale. Councillor Goodrich.
For.
Councillor Hegan.
Abstain.
Councillor Reid.
Against.
Sorry?
Against.
Against.
Yeah, Councillor Sadler. Against. Councillor Townsend. Councillor Henry.
Against.
Councillor Howard.
Against.
And Councillor Follows.
Abstain.
It's 3 for. 4 for. And it's
473.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against. Yeah, it's 3, 4, 7 against, and 1, 2, 3, 4 abstain.
Yes.
4 against. Sorry, four in favour. 4 in favour. Okay.
Yep.
And
There's
3
7 against and 3 abstentions. Yeah.
Okay.
4 against and 7 abstentions.
Yes,
So
so
you
4, 7 and 3.
Yeah.
So the vote is lost. So councillors,
I'll sort it out.
I now ask for an alternative recommendation, which will need a seconder. Which will need a seconder. Yes, yes.
I would initially suggest that we were against it because it's in conflict with retained policy M8 and draft policy DM33. I mean, I think we've explained why that is our interpretation of what it is. On the trees, I'm just trying to get.
It's an emerging plan, isn't it?
Well, I was trying to use the words
DM33.
in the report. The report talks about draft policy DM33, and so I was trying to stick to those words. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm happy to be advised by the professionals on this. I'm just trying to get something that, you know, will be an adequate reflection of our concerns.
Chairman.
Loss of trees, sorry. Who was that?
Oh, sorry.
Zach, yes, please.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, I think Councillor Costa wanted to carry on. So
No,
I'll just-
please, I'm very happy to be guided.
Oh, yeah. No, thank you, Councillor Costa. I mean, I think the officers have obviously been listening to the debate, and I think you're spot on in obviously referring to policy M8 and emerging policy, and DM33 as of the emerging local plan. And obviously we'll pick those up. I believe Chris and Kate have come up with some wording. I suppose the other key issue that I've heard tonight, well, there's been lots of issues, but I think the other key issue that's been discussed is around the potential loss of trees. And I suppose your conclusion is that the benefits of this scheme do not outweigh the policy objections, and on that basis you may wish to include subject to all agreeing a refusal reason around loss of trees. But I'll pass over to Chris French, if that's okay, Chairman.
Yes.
And I think he's drafted some wording. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris.
Thank you. So the first one is the DM33 and M8 reason that you've described. So it says along the lines of the proposed development would result in a failure to protect the former Cranley to Guildford railway line as an important movement corridor. The proposal is contrary to retained policy M8 of the local plan 2002 and draft policy DM33 of the emerging local plan part 2. The second reason, if you do go down that route, which is the tree reason, the proposal would result in the loss of important trees, contrary to policy D7 of the retained local plan 2002 and guidance contained, and draft emerging policy DM11 of the part 2 local plan, and guidance contained in the MPPF. Thank you.
Councillor Costa.
That's pretty much as I got it. I'm just going to ask, I don't know where I picked this up from, but I did a lot of research into all these policies. I also had written down on the trees, local plan part 1, NE1. I don't know if that is of any relevance, but you might want to just check. I haven't got it in front of me. Sorry, I haven't got those. I'm happy to leave it out if it's not right, because I think we've probably got enough. Yeah, okay.
Need something on the biodiversity.
Yes, I think it would. Yeah, that's what I was trying to.
That's any.
Okay.
Okay, so councillors, would you like that read again? That's the proposal. Councillor Reid.
I just wanted to ask Chris, is this the retained policy from Local Plan Part 1? Yes, good.
Thank you, Chair. We just want to check whether it is any one or any two that we should be referencing in relation to the tree reason.
NE1 or NE2?
I'm sorry, I haven't got. I am very happy to try it out.
Chair, I do have it in front of me, if that helps. So anyone, the council will seek to conserve and enhance biodiversity within Waverley. Development will be permitted provided it retains, protects and enhances, so obviously it's doing the opposite, features of biodiversity and geological interest, and ensures appropriate management of those features, ensures any adverse impacts are avoided or if unavoidable appropriately mitigated. And then it talks about the sites. I think NE2 is more about benefit to the river corridor.
Yes, I think it's definitely the only one.
Yeah, so that helps. That's just a bit from our policy.
If it's okay, Chair. But NE2 does have the final sentence. The council will seek, where appropriate, to maintain and enhance existing trees, woodlands, and hedgerows in the borough.
We could do both.
I think my reading of NE1 is more of an ecological type of policy.
If I may, I think the general consensus of the committee was that there was a desire to have a biodiversity element, which I believe is covered by NE1. NE2 does have a section that would appear valid as well, from what you've just said.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah,
I think in terms of ecology, there isn't an objection from the Wildlife Trust, and there's not there are matters in terms of bats. There's discussion in terms of newts, but those haven't formed a reason for refusal. I would say actually it's more the loss of significant trees, what's been described during the discussion, and therefore I think it is more NE2 what you've described rather than the trees and in terms of ecology, but yeah, I'll leave that for you to discuss further.
Thank you. So the proposal.
Sorry, I've just asked the question. Bottom line, are we being advised? Did you pick them up?
Councillor Coss, would you?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Is the bottom line here that we're being advised that if we use NE1, we may well get tripped up in terms of the views of the Surrey Wildlife Trust having already been submitted? If so, I understand the feelings of members, but I mean in terms of trying to get a credible case together, and I think we do have a credible case, I would be happy to let it go, but other members may have a different view.
That applause is not for us.
There is also DM11 from LPP2, which is development should retain woodland, important trees, groups of trees and hedgerows.
Thank you. Chair, we recommend including DM11.
So councillors, would you like that proposal for objection read again?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal would result in the loss of important trees contrary to policy D7 of the retained local plan and local plan 2002 and draft policy DM11 of the emerging local plan. Apologies, it should also include the NE2 of the 2002 local plan, along with guidance contained in the MPPF. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Costa, is that your?
So happy to move that with obviously the first bit that we've already agreed on.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Sadler. So would you like a roll call vote again? Not necessary. So all in favour of the proposal to reject, please signify now. No.
I make it 9.
Okay, and those who are not in favour of rejecting, please show. Yeah. And any abstentions?
9 for, 4 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. So as agreed, councillors and members of the public gallery, we'll take a 5-minute comfort break and resume at 8:15.
Going back, or I hope so.
I don't see why they're not.
Well, we said it was very necessary, so just so it's all appropriate.
Councillors, it's 8:15. Yep, I will. Power. Councillors, nice to have a little huddle in the back there, but it's 8:15, time marches on.
I'm so sorry.
Councillor Darcy, are you ready? We resume, okay? So our next application is land east of Lockswood Road, Alfold, and the proposal is the approval of reserved matters, that is appearance, landscaping, layout and scale, following outline permission granted 2 years ago for the erection of up to 80 dwellings. Ruth.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. I've just got a couple of verbal updates to give you. One is that since the report was written, an additional letter of representation has been received from a resident, really just reflecting the concerns from other residents that have been set out within the report that you have in front of you. There are also some amendments to conditions and some additional conditions, and apologies that these have come relatively late in the day, but to assist you with your consideration of them, you should have a sheet that shows the conditions that are to be amended and those that are to be added. So I will just summarise those for you. So there have been amendments to condition 1 to reflect the fact that some amended plans have been submitted in relation to the scheme, and I will take you through that amendment during the course of my presentation. There is also an amendment to condition 2, because the condition in the agenda report effectively required a footpath and cycleway to be provided in the southwest corner of the site up to the boundary. But the developer has confirmed that it's possible to achieve a connection to Copse Lane and Juniper Road, and hence an amendment to that condition to reflect that fact. Oh, sorry, apologies, condition 4. Also, just to add new condition 7, which will effectively require the provision of a landscaping implementation and management plan, and that's really to cover that the landscape is carried out in an appropriate fashion so that there's proper irrigation, trimmer guards around the trees, manual weed removal, and other matters that are covered in that condition. A new condition 8, which effectively would require the development to be carried out in accordance with levels that were provided on some plans so that we have some control over the levels on the site. And a new condition 9. And the background to this is that under condition 20 on the outline permission, there was a requirement for each dwelling to have a fast charge, a vehicle charging socket. What it didn't do was make any reference to visitor spaces, and this proposal includes some visitor spaces. So this condition just requires that 20% of the visitor spaces have an electric vehicle charging socket. So hopefully those are all clear. And then there's just one correction that I need to advise you of, because it's stated in the report at page 357 that the layout provides informal areas of open space that could be used for play. And this is all in connection with the fact that there is no leap provided on the site. In fact, the areas of open space would contribute to the ecology of the site as they'd be planted with grass and wildflower meadow mix. So on reflection, the use of these areas of play is unlikely, but this fact doesn't alter the conclusions in the report in relation to the leap and the lap, the principle of which was established at the outline stage. So, as set out on the slide in front of you, outline plan permission was granted on appeal in 2019 for the provision of up to 80 dwellings, and all matters were reserved except for access. So this application is seeking approval of reserved matters for appearance, landscaping, layout, and scale. So this is the site location plan. The site is located. Oh, apologies. What have I done? Have I pressed something I shouldn't have? Screen. Oh, was that? Has that not been up at all? Or maybe I haven't. Oh, I don't know.
No, I don't think you shared it.
Sorry. It's all right. Right, sorry for that, everybody. So, should be able to see this site location plan. It's located south of Alfold Crossways, and the site sits behind residential dwellings that front onto the Loxwood Road that you can see to the west here. And access to the site would be provided through the Sweeters Copse development, which is these houses here. It's a development of 55 houses where construction has recently been completed. So this is an aerial photograph which provides you a bit more context. So this is the Sweeters Copse development I've just referred to. So effectively the application site sort of extends the line of the Sweeters Copse development along here, goes up into this field here, and it also includes areas on the periphery here, although you'll see when I get up the parameter plans that there'd be no built form proposed on those peripheries. Just something else to point out is that there are a line of TPO'd oak trees that separate the two fields. So these are some photographs of the site. So photograph A is the access point. So that's coming up from Sweetersfield Road, which is the Sweeters Copse development. And this is looking into the southern field of the site. And this is part of the line of oak trees that you saw on the aerial. Photograph B is looking across to that line of oak trees. And this is the last house in the Sweeters Copse development here. This, you're now effectively within the site here, and this is the flank wall of number 25 Sweetersfield Road. And just to point out actually that these windows are bathroom windows, they're not habitable room windows. And then this view here is taken pretty much at the access to the site where you saw that gate in the first photo, and it's looking back towards the Sweeters Copse development. And if you're wondering what those green circles are on the ground here, that is where there is a gas storage tank in relation to the Sweeters Copse development, because they're not on mains gas. So photograph E is taken from just slightly north of the line of oak trees, and it's looking towards the northern field. And you can see in the distance, these are properties that are in Chiltern Close that back onto the site. Photograph E, this is 15 Chiltern Close. And this is, so essentially the whole side boundary of Chiltern Close is effectively the shared boundary with the application site. G is you're in the northern field again, looking back towards the TPO's oak trees, and you can just see the Sweeters Copse development behind. And H is sort of a closer in photo of the rear of the properties in Chiltern Close that would face towards the development. And this is the last photo, and this is taken within a northern field, and it's really just looking east towards a belt of vegetation and trees. So there were a number of parameters that were set at outline stage, and I just thought it was really useful for us to revisit those, because I know that some of them are contentious, but some of them have been fixed. So I think the first thing to note that it has been established at outline stage that the vehicular access to the site would be by Sweeters Field Road. The next thing to note is that there is a pedestrian and cycle access that would be provided via Chiltern Close, and I will get up the layout plan in a minute, and this will make more sense to you once I've done that. It also set out areas of the site where you could have built development and areas of the site that should be designated for green space. It said that building height should be no higher than 9.5 metres. It agreed to the principle of the removal of one oak tree within the belt of oak trees that you've seen in the photos to enable access to be created between the southern field and the northern field. It established the position that no leap needed to be provided due to the proximity of the leap in the Sweeters Copse development. There is provision of a lap. And it also established the principle that the reptile mitigation area that was approved as part of the Sweeters Copse development, and again, I've got a slide that will explain this in more detail, but it established the position that that reptile mitigation area that is starting to be established could be moved to an alternative area within this application site, provided that that alternative reptile mitigation area was at least 0.55 hectares in area. So as these principles have been agreed under the outline application, it isn't reasonable in planning terms to revisit them under the terms of this application. So what I've done on this slide is set out the approved one of the approved parameters of plan against the proposed site plan. So effectively, the yellow area is where built form can be provided, and these white areas on the periphery and in this corner and here are to be free from built form. You can also see the blue arrow here, which is the area, which is the point at which there is a vehicular connection between the North Field and South Field through that oak tree belt. And again, the red arrow really just reinforcing the fact that access is via Sweeters Field Road. So with regards to the layout, effectively you have a main spine road with smaller access roads leading off it. And what we have tried to achieve in discussion with developers is a less rigid form of development that you might see more in an urban area, and a layout that is more organic in feel by providing curves in the spine road and providing dwellings that are at angles at each other rather than everything being perpendicular. I think it's worth noting that the outline application is for up to 80 houses. It doesn't fix it at 80, but I think there was an expectation at the time that this development was approved that the density of development on this site would be higher than traditional village density. So hopefully the image of the layout plan is good enough for you to see. There is a variety of housing types. So you have some semi-detached, some detached, you've got a run of 4 terraces, you've got some runs of 3 terraces. You do have a flatted building, which it is noted in the report, is unusual for a rural area. But what that does mean that it sort of loosens up the density for the rest of the site. And I think in terms of its position, it's probably in one of the most sensitive locations because you don't see it against the backdrop of existing development, and it's to the east of the site rather than the west. The other thing that we've tried to do is reduce the prominence of car parking, and hence as you go up the Spine Road, and therefore you do get some of these sort of parking forecourts. So there's one here which would be accessed between these dwellings here, and you have this area as well. So the lap, there's a lap that is proposed here. That is slightly different. 3 options for the lap were approved under the section 106 on the outline application. It's in a slightly different place to all 3 of those options, but we consider it to be an acceptable location, and through a deed of variation, that can be formalised. Just one other thing to point out is the pink circles demarcates where the affordable housing would go. So there are 24 affordable housing units. So you have an area here of 10 affordable units. The flatted building would be affordable. And then you have an area here of 4 affordable units. And officers consider, the housing enabling team is happy with the spread and the fact that there's no more than a cluster of a group of 10 in any one place, which accords with our affordable housing supplementary planning guidance. And then also just to note that landscaping forms part of this application. So there are lots of areas green up here. This is a suds basin, but also included within that would be additional tree planting and some meadow and wildflower planting. And again, you would have meadow and wildflower planting down here. And there would also be a 5-metre deep hedgerow planted along here and additional trees. I think just the final thing to point out is what wasn't approved as part of the outline, but is being proposed as part of this application, which officers welcome, is an additional cycle and pedestrian link in the bottom left-hand corner of the site, which takes you through to the Sweeters Copse development and would join into a path here. So I thought it'd be useful to put up the street scene plans. I think they're quite useful because all the elevations of the individual elevations of the buildings, and I've just got a couple to show you, are all in black and white, and the street scene plans give it a bit more life because they have the colour. So we've got various street scenes. The first one is going up the Spine Road, and you can see the flatted building within the context of that part of the road, effectively. Street scene 2, you're up in the northern part of the site, looking towards the very northernmost dwellings. And then street scene 3 is down in this part of the site. So that street scene 3 is effectively the view that you would get from some of the dwellings that are in the Sweeters Copse development that's face onto the Peel site at the southern end. So I think what the street scene plans do is show that through the use of, I think particularly for the flatted building, that through the use of materials, good materials, you can achieve a good quality design to that building. And I think they also show that there is sufficient space. I know there's been a lot of concern about the density of this development and whether it's cramped and crowded. And I think the street scene plans do go some way to demonstrating that there is sufficient space between the dwellings. So I will do a whistle-stop tour through a selection of houses. I've got the affordable ones here first, just for you to have a look at. So these are affordable 1 and 2 bed dwellings. So this is effectively 4 dwellings within one building. This is an affordable 3-bedroom dwelling. This is the flatted building, and I just thought it would be useful to put the street elevation in there again, so you can see, sort of get a better impression of how that could look. And that's so the flatted building has 1 and 2 bed flats in it effectively. And then with the market housing, I've tried to select some images that aren't in the report, so you get the full flavour. This is a terrace of market 2-bed dwellings. This is a market 3-bed dwelling. This is a market 3-bed dwelling which includes a study. And this is a market 4-bedroom dwelling. So I think it's just important to cover off some changes to the affordable housing mix that are being proposed and that would require a deed of variation. So in effect, the overall number of units wouldn't change. That would be 24, that was agreed at outline. The proportion of affordable rent and the proportion of social rent and the proportion of shared ownership also wouldn't change. It's just the mix within those tenure types that would change. So for example, for the affordable rent, previously you had 9 1-beds, you now have 8 1-beds and a 3-bed house. And for the social rent, you had 7 2-beds. Have I got that right? Yes, 7 2-beds. And now you have 6 2-beds and 1 3-bed dwelling. And then there are also some changes to the shared ownership. I think the particular significance is that whereas previously there was no family accommodation as such for the affordable rent and the social rented, we are now getting 1 3-bed affordable rent and 1 3-bed social rent that we previously weren't having, and our housing enabling team are supportive of that. And then this table, it's in the report, but I thought it was just useful to pick it out as a point. This shows how the overall housing mix would change. And I think the points really to note are that you would have 10% fewer 1-beds, 5% fewer 3-beds, and you would have 16% more 4-beds. Now that figure on the 4-beds is slightly skewed because they are proposing quite a few 3-bed dwellings that also have a study at first floor level, which I think in these post-COVID times makes sense. So, but because the studies could be used as bedrooms because they are the size of a single bedroom, in my calculations, I've included them as 4-beds. So that 4-bed figure is slightly skewed. But in any event, I think we feel that the general mix, there's quite a good mix, and that is appropriate. And that would also require a deed of variation to amend that. So I mentioned that there had been some amended plans that had been received in the last couple of days. And so this is the slide that shows you exactly what is being proposed that people have not necessarily seen before. So effectively, the site won't be connected up to mains gas. So there will be a Calagas tank that is needed, and that is proposed to go here. And the 6 dots that you see are the sort of hats, a bit like the green hats that you saw in that image I showed you, going back to photos of the Sweeters Copse development. So this gas tank would be underground, effectively. There is a visitor parking space proposed here for the delivery for the Calagas delivery vehicle. Now, I've been told that the hose is long, and therefore that essentially the Calagas delivery vehicle can park up here and the hose would be long enough to reach to the tanks here. Maintenance of the tanks is done effectively through the caps, and they're designed to be underground for the long term. So it isn't the case that like once a year for maintenance purposes, they have to dig up the land around the tanks in order to check that they are in an acceptable state of repair. And I think that's significant because of the fact that this area in this corner of the site forms sort of part of the ecological strategy and enhancements for the site. So we need to make sure that the ecology isn't affected. The County Highway Authority have confirmed that this parking arrangement here is acceptable. And also we've had confirmation that this tank is sufficient distance away from any of the houses. The minimum distance required to be 7.5, and I think we're about 12.5. So I touched upon this reptile mitigation area, and I think it's important just to clarify what's happening in that respect. So effectively for the Sweetest Copse development, you had a reptile mitigation area provided here, and that has been undertaken and is establishing itself. Now, as part of the outline application, it was agreed, and it's within the 106 and it's contained within conditions, that a new receptor site would need to be found as part of this development, and the principle of relocating the receptor site has been established. And effectively this plan shows you where they are proposing to put the new receptor site, and it would be up in this corner here, and it'd be 0.75 hectares as opposed to the receptor site that was indicated to outline, which would have been here, and that would be 0.55. Surrey Wildlife Trust have reviewed the details in relation to that, and they don't raise any objection, but further detail would be forthcoming because there are conditions on the outline consent that require a whole lot more detail in relation to the receptor site, how it would come forward, how the reptiles would be relocated, etc., etc. This is going back to the layout plan, and just to confirm that officers are satisfied that the impact on residential amenity would be acceptable. Most certainly recognise that outlook from Chiltern Close is going to change significantly as a result of this development, because at the moment they look out on a field and they are now going to look out on houses. In terms of separation distances between the dwellings, officers are satisfied that those are acceptable, and there's detail on that outlined in the report. Whilst I'm on this slide though, I think it is a good idea to just focus on number 15 Chiltern Close. And in fact, when we did the site visit, we went into this property, and this is the property that I showed on an image that has its side boundary that runs along the boundary with the development site. And there are 8 car parking spaces that are proposed to be provided along that boundary. Now you can see from the plan that there is a bit of a landscape buffer. So the gap between the car parking spaces and the boundary varies between 1 metre at its nearest and 5 metres at its furthest away. And there is landscaping proposed in the form of some hedging and 3 field maples in order to buffer the impact of that. And it is also anticipated that the boundary treatment here would change. At the moment, they have a picket fence. That could be a close boarded fence, or it could be something else. The boundary treatments on this one are reserved by condition. So just turning to the key matters for consideration, it's just important to consider 5-year housing land supply. So this site is within our 5-year housing land supply. It's anticipated to deliver 64 homes in the penultimate year of 24-25, and the final 16 dwellings coming forward in the year 25-26. So approving this development would be beneficial in terms of 5-year housing land supply. We've been through layout, scale, appearance and landscaping, most other things. The standards of accommodation is considered acceptable, and it accords with the national space standards. County Highway Authority aren't raising any objection in terms of car parking and highways. We've touched on a bit of ecology, and there are some sustainability measures that are outlined in the report in relation to the site. And really just to say that the development would have to accord with Part L of building regs, where you have to achieve quite stringent reductions in CO2 emissions, so thermal efficiency and super insulation. So as per the recommendation in the report, plus the amended and additional conditions, officers are recommending approval subject to a deed of variation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ruth. And now we have 3 public speakers, Alison Raw, Penny Main and David Neame. So may I call upon Alison Raw, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I represent a collective view from the residents of Alfold with regard to the following objections. Can I be clear? We are fully accepting that there will be up to 80 houses built. However, we wish to highlight our concerns as to the current proposed reserved matters in 3 succinct points. Point 1, layout and appearance. The new layout has altered drastically from the plans that formed part of the approved Secretary of State appeal in March 2020. The new proposed layout now includes large parking areas. This will create an area of antisocial behaviour and excessive noise to the adjoining properties. This design also contradicts statements in the design compliance document that the revised car parking layout reduces dominance in any one area. There are now large areas of affordable housing, especially on the western boundary adjacent to Chiltern Close. These should be spread evenly throughout the development and not grouped together. This new proposal now means that approximately 10 gardens and 18 parking spaces face onto one property in Chiltern Close, creating a complete loss of privacy. The revised layout lighting proposes 5-metre street lights, which completely need to be removed as this disregards Alfold's protected dark skies zone. There are flats proposed, resulting in unnecessary mass and density, and is not protecting Alfold's character. Large parking areas need to be reduced to prevent the need for safety lighting, as recommended by Surrey Police. Again, this contradicts Alfold's dark skies policy. The proposed height of the buildings, due to the raising of the ground levels, will have a negative impact on existing homes due to loss of privacy and light, and on the protected hedgerows due to loss of light. The local area of play, the LAP, designed for younger children around under 6, needs repositioning from safety concerns. Point 2, ecological. Referring to the most recent ecological report of February 2022, the presence of badger sets needs to be reassessed due to the evidence of commuting and foraging badgers on site. Waverley Planning previously stated that the Sweetest Cop ecostrip would remain in perpetuity, while it's especially important now due to the recent ecological assessment indicating an exceptional level of slowworms. Who knew? There is already negative biodiversity effect from the previous build of Sweeters Copse. How are the builders going to bring back up to 0 and then reach at least 10% of biodiversity net gain? Again, no evidence demonstrated or provided. The proposed external lighting strategy also contradicts the recent ecological recommendation, which highlights at least 8 species of bats in the area, and also remembering our dark skies policy. Chair, members, in conclusion, we believe that the house builder should not only reconsider their proposed reserved plans, but properly engage with and listen to the local community. This will help to ease the negative impact in a small rural community. Hitherto, there has been a lack of meaningful engagement despite residents proactively trying to. As per the MPPF and LPP, building local communities is most successful when conducted in partnership.
Thank you, Alison. I think you finished.
Thank you. Yes.
Well done, well done.
Thank you for listening.
So calling now Penny Main.
Thank you. Right. Thank you for agreeing to represent. Thank you for agreeing to representations from Orford Parish Council, which I'm making as chairman. Orford Parish Council have considered at length the proposals in this application and wish to object on a number of grounds. Firstly, there are a number of disparities in the planning documents, both in terms of changes to the bedrooms in different properties, as well as the planning layout, and it is not clear which scheme the application actually relates to. Furthermore, we have direct concerns about the volume of documents which have been added to the planning portal in the last few days. This has limited the time in which residents and the parish council can view and respond to this application. Secondly, there are issues surrounding the car parking spaces which have changed dramatically from the original plan submission in August 2021 to the ones we are faced with now. The parking spaces were originally dispersed throughout the site with several small clusters of spaces which were located considerately within the development and away from the site boundary and in relation to the houses associated with them. There's been a considerable shift from the original, more sensitive approach in the revised scheme, where a car park has effectively been created abutting the whole side border of number 15 Chiltern Close, which will result in an increase of noise, disturbance, and a decrease in privacy for the owner. Worryingly, this car park has also been located in a group of affordable housing. Rather than keeping the ratio of parking to each dwellings equal, which will shift the balance of noise and disturbance onto those less able to afford market value houses. Orford Parish Council objects to the scheme based on parking mass and location. Thirdly, in relation to the above points, we also object to the fact that the majority of affordable housing has been massed together rather than being dispersed throughout the site, which serves to marginalise and ghettoise those who live there, which may lead to eventual social exclusion. Orford Parish Council welcomes affordable housing in our village, but we'd like to see it evenly scattered throughout the application site. Notwithstanding the above, we also feel that the proposed housing is of poor design quality and does not follow with Orford's formally adopted design code. We would like to refer the developer and councillors to section 4 in particular, which sets out Orford's expectations with regards to new developments. There is a distinct lack of acknowledgement of Orford's unique style and sense of place from the developer, with the proposals negatively contrasting the local form and pattern of houses and associated cul-de-sacs. Orford also has a dark skies policy, which has been mentioned, which we know has been completely ignored by the developer. There's a distinct lack of open space dispersed throughout this site, which we believe would add character and form to the development. Rather, it is all concentrated to the northern and eastern ends of the site, which make it very imbalanced. The density of the housing is also of particular concern, with unnecessarily small plot sizes and no natural break between Sweeters Field and Sweeters Reach, and with the proposed houses backing straight onto Chiltern Close, with no regard for the current residents who are losing their view of open farmland. Orford Parish Council are also aware that there is a formal residence agreement for owners occupiers in Sweeters Reach who pay for the maintenance of the site, including the access road and play area, which the future residents of Sweeters Field will benefit from free of charge, apparently. This issue also requires addressing by the developer. Finally, it's also noteworthy that Orford Parish Council had far less concerns about the previously submitted scheme. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And the last speaker is David Neame, please. He's on screen.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great stuff. I apologise that you can actually see me as well. I'm sorry about that. I'm David Neame from Neame Sutton. We're the planning agents for Bewley Homes, the applicant. Members, the proposal before you for determination this evening comprises a reserved matters application submitted pursuant to an existing outline consent for 80 dwellings. Bewley Homes and its design team has worked with your officers and also with input from the local ward member and residents of the adjacent Sweeters Copse development to ensure the design approach taken in this reserve matters application is appropriate for the setting of the site in Alfold. The scheme will deliver the full 80 dwellings, including 30% on-site provision of affordable homes. Bewley Homes has reviewed the original outline consent and has amended the mix of affordable homes to better reflect the needs of those on the housing register and as reflected in the SHMAR. As a consequence, this scheme provides more family homes for both social and affordable rent than the mix secured at the outline consent stage. Your housing team supports this change. In terms of the design approach, this is sought to reflect the organic traditional form of Alfold and in particular the adjacent Sweeters Copse development. The dwellings are all of a simple form, utilising a clearly defined palette of materials which is reflective of those found elsewhere in Alfold. The scheme does include a single apartment building, but this has been included following discussions with your officers and is considered to be the most appropriate way of providing some of the smaller homes. As members will note from the committee report, the apartment building is located in the centre of the site and is surrounded by communal amenity space and within the setting of the retained mature trees. This will provide variety to the centre of the site as well as delivering much needed smaller homes. In terms of neighbour amenity, care has been taken to amend the scheme in order to ensure that the proposed new homes will not impact negatively on the amenity of existing residents, particularly those in Sweeters Copse and also Chiltern Close. Your officers have confirmed tonight that they are content with the relationships. On the matter of ecology, Bewley Homes ecologists have resurveyed the site since the outline consent was granted and have identified a better relocation habitat for any reptiles that are found and need to be relocated, and that's at the northern end of the site. This, we believe, is a tangible benefit in terms of reptile habitat in particular. Surrey Wildlife Trust are content with this approach, which also accords with the terms of the outline consent. Comments have been raised regarding the inclusion of Cala gas tanks on the scheme, and members, you'll be aware that this part of Alfold is off of the mains gas grid and therefore any gas provision must be made via tanks. The tanks are to be located away from any dwellings but still accessible for the service tanker to reach them. And as you've seen, adequate space has been provided to enable the tanker to park and service those tanks without obstructing the roads for residents. The scheme before you this evening will achieve high standards in terms of sustainable design and construction via technologies controlled through the building regulations, including wastewater heat recovery systems to showers, flue heat recovery systems, water efficiency, air source heat pumps, and much reduced air permeability, which dramatically reduces the need to heat homes. Members, Bewley Homes is committed to early delivery on this site, and providing this scheme receives a positive determination this evening, Bewley intends to commence development as soon as reasonably practicable in order to deliver these much needed homes. Your officers have stated within the report that the proposal meets all necessary standards, represents acceptable design which is in keeping with and accords with the parameters consented in the outline permission. You'll also note there are no objections from statutory consultees. So to conclude, the scheme before you this evening provides a good mix of appropriate homes, is a reserve matter scheme where the principle of housing has already been accepted. It is in line with your development plan and with national planning policy, and critically, it can be delivered quickly. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Neame. Thank you, everybody. Councillor Denis, I think you'd like to speak.
I would indeed. And I was gripping my chair after that, some of those comments, I have to say. Can I thank the people who have spoken tonight, especially for their patience, as it's sort of 9 o'clock and they've been very patient and waited for their time to speak. So thank you to that. So as the ward member, I have to accept that there will be 80 homes built on this site. It was granted on appeal. Now, having accepted that, we, as the planning committee, have a really important role tonight. That's to ensure we have a quality development, one that future generations will be proud of. So I'd like to start with the positive aspects of this application, but frankly, there are none. This is probably the worst reserved matters application I've experienced during my 7 years on this planning committee. So the appearance. Well, I think the design of these homes are disappointing. A number of the side and rear elevations are bland and lack imagination. Whatever happened to the concept, developments should protect the unique character of the village. This development will stick out like a sore thumb. Look at the rear elevations, the 2-bed semis, and we have a monstrous building block to the east of the site. This block is 101 foot 3 inches long by 97 foot 6. So end to end, if you put that together, that's 199 foot of brick built mass. How can this be acceptable? How does it fit into a rural village environment? It is so out of character of the village, it beggars belief. The office report on page 348, this building incorporates design features to add interest to the elevations and ensure greater architectural quality. I believe it's a really strange statement to make, and I'm sure colleagues will form their own opinion. Goes on to say, has the potential to be more affordable. I'm not sure who words these are. Are they the planning department or is this the builder? Because I haven't seen any legal agreement to show a 60% rate or 70% rate. Car parking. It looks more like a car park that the NCP would be proud of. Those on a site visit, 15 Chiltern Close, facing into their garden, the house will have 18 parking spaces within that courtyard, 18. I am sure they'll be delighted with the constant headlights, noise, cars revving their engines on a cold day. And this is right up to their boundary. I'm sure we'll be told there can be trees planted. I'm sure a couple of twigs can be planted that in 20 years may be above knee height. To treat residents like this is unacceptable. When you consider the huge block that I've mentioned, that has 15 car parking spaces, and within touching distance, there are another 8. So that's 23 on that part alone. This is countryside beyond the green belt and close to ancient woodland. So it's been mentioned about the street lighting and the pathway to Juniper Road. Well, that would be really interesting because that is a private road. So I look at that with interest. There are refuse collection points. We're up to 10 bins and these are dotted across the site. What a great design to have all those bins put together. Page 348 raises the positioning of affordable housing and it's considered acceptable. I disagree. They're all clustered to the east of 15 Chiltern Close at the entrance and by the awful block that we call a building. This is unacceptable and discriminates and stigmatizes those residents who are in need of affordable housing. I think Bewley should be ashamed of themselves for doing that. Please do not say it's to help the housing provider maintain these. To drive another 10 seconds to another part of the site is not too much to ask. People should be put first, not profit. The overall housing mix, they've reduced the 1 bedroom by 20% to 10%, and it was clear that the SMAR says 20%, and increased 4 bed from 15 to 31%. SMAR says 15. I'm sure this has nothing to do with profit. The officer does say that some of the houses have a study, so it could be classed as a 3-bedroom house. If I was cynical, I could say they've come to the conclusion they'd have to provide more parking spaces as a 3-bedroom house, and there just isn't room. Page 349 states a design and impact on visual amenity policy TD1 requires development to be of a high quality design and be well related in size, scale and character to its surroundings. This is certainly not high quality, and with 199 foot of brick for its flats, it's not well related to the size and character of the surroundings. This is a rural village, not an urban town block. Page 349, the development, it says it has an organic feel, various curves. I'm sorry, this is a poor design. And when you compare it to Sweetest Copse and those who know that new estate, this is disappointing. If anything, and I agree with one of the previous speakers, this is worse than the original plan, and the original plan wasn't that good anyway. Page 350, the developers have sought to reduce the dominance of car parking within the layout. Nothing could be further from the truth. The problem is when you try and cram 80 houses into an area, it's going to be difficult. Let's remember the approval is up to 80, not 80. The developer could reduce the number to a figure that will prevent this cramped and poor design. I also want to just raise how many new documents have gone on the system. I think there were 7 documents that were submitted on the, or put on the system on the 7th of March, and I believe there was 1 document a few hours before this meeting. I do not think that is fair on the public to not have that information in a timely manner. So I could go on to about policy CC1 and CC2, but that may well be raised by my colleagues. If not, I'll come back later. So in summary, the houses are not of a high quality that is demanded. The design and layout is poor, both in terms of the site and in particular car parking and affordable housing, and it should be evenly spread across the site to avoid creating any stigma. And the use of Calagas for new houses, I think is unacceptable. And to be honest, the list could go on and on and on. I have to mention Bewley Homes. With some of the residents, we met with the planning consultant and a member of Bewley to discuss our concerns. The level of commitment was disappointing. Other meetings were offered by the residents to help in the process. Following the meeting, they didn't bother to come back to me or the residents. And actually all the issues that were raised are in the submitted plans. It is really disappointing having had such a productive relationship with Carla Homes on the building of the first site. Bewley have shown a disregard to the views of the residents. At least try and make an effort, try and engage. They have not. So I was disappointed in that comment because that was incorrect. One meeting which they never followed up. I could go on for longer, but I will allow my colleagues, please chip in.
Dinas, we have other speakers. We have Councillor Follows, Councillor Gale and Councillor Cotter and Councillor Townsend. So Councillor Follows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll renew at this point my long-standing objection that national planning policy allows outline and reserve matters to be split like this, as it always opens up the possibility of substantial variation from one to the other. And of course, use of the words up to 80 is always going to mean 80. Always, it always does. I don't disagree with the principle of modifying the mix per se, but I do have to agree with Councillor Dinas that the motivation therefore would appear to be profit, because that change of mix could have been used to reduce the density and they've not in any way chosen to do that. Could I ask Ruth if you've got a map showing it, the distribution of the affordable and so the affordable units, just so that we can get a view on the screen of the distribution?
Yeah, so can you, I've got the layout plan up at the moment. Is that coming up yet? Do I have to?
Yeah, and I thought that's what we had behind you. And apologies, members, I just wanted to clarify that particular issue as it's been mentioned by several other individuals. It's on page. And I apologise because I'm using the electronic copy. It doesn't have any numbers on it. so I can't get to it easily. Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, so this is a layout plan. I don't know how clearly it comes out on the screen, but effectively where you see the pink circles, that is the affordable housing. So effectively, these dwellings here.
Yeah, and is that it? Is that the only set that are?
No, then the flatted building here, and then there are 4 dwellings down here.
So they are quite clustered together in 2 particular places. Obviously, the flatted building is the flatted building exclusively affordable?
Yeah.
So they're all put together, and then the rest are effectively put together in the bit over the road.
But so the SPD talks about maximum numbers of clusters of affordable housing, which is effectively no more than 10.
Okay.
So you've got 10 here, and then you've got, I'm really sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head how many. No, that must be 10, and then you've got 4 there. So in terms of clusters and the number in each cluster, it accords with our affordable housing SPD.
So it accords to it directly because they've clearly looked at / been advised as to what the quantum is that's acceptable under the policy. Okay.
I would imagine they have considered
Indeed.
that.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's absolutely on the line. Yeah, fair enough. To be honest, I think Councillor Denis has made many of the points I was going to make, and I'm not going to reiterate them. I think I do need to take this opportunity, though, to ask Mr. Neem to relay to his client that he check where I and Councillor Gale represent, because I think both of us are sitting here looking at this as a cautionary tale for another application that Bewley have put in, and we request that they respond with greater alacrity than they seem to have done to Councillor Denis or to the people of Alfold. My other question, if I may, via you, Madam Chair, is just to ask Councillor Denis, did you have engagement with Bewley as Mr. Neem stated?
Thank you, Chair. We met, myself and several residents, one meeting. We offered to meet and we gave our views. Then we offered to meet at any other occasion they wanted, as many. They didn't even respond and come back. And the points that we raised actually have virtually been ignored. So there was a meeting, but if you're not going to actually do anything with the content of that meeting and you feel you've ticked a box, then that's not very productive of anybody's time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Follows. So then we have Councillor Gale, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just making a few observations as I was looking through this, and bearing in mind, as my colleague has just said, it's Bewley Homes. Can I ask, there's only one access point, an egress point here to this entire development, which it goes through Sweeters Copse. At the beginning, I think you showed us a photograph of the gas tanks. Was that at the entrance point, Ruth? I was just trying to work out where the gas tanks were currently for Sweeters Copse.
Yes, so bear with me, I'll just get back to the. So,
sorry.
Okay. Right. I think I've mastered the technology finally. Yeah, so effectively, just trying to move it up and down. Oh. Right, sorry, I think there was a bit of delay there.
There.
Yeah, so this is the photo. So effectively, this photo is taken from really the entrance to the site, and the gas tanks are here. So that along there is that sort of line of how many it is, green circles in the ground.
Thank you for that. That brings my point out, is because I can't see an emergency alternative access point to these 80 homes that are going to be built. If something happens to those gas tanks there, I'm wondering how emergency vehicles can cope with only one access point to the properties. I think we're on 80 homes here, and I believe Surrey County Highways say 2 entrance points for 100 homes. That's not very far off of 80, is it? I do feel sorry for the people who live in number 15 Chiltern Close, because as other people have said, there are going to be 18 parking spaces right along their boundary. And I'm also disappointed that we don't see pepper potting of the affordable homes. I think it's much better if you pepper pot them through a larger site. It gives everybody more inclusion. The other thing I noticed, lighting, and the lady from Alfold mentioned it. Alfold have dark skies. We have some massive lighting poles going up through this development, which I'm sure has to be there because you only have one access and egress point and for safety. But nevertheless, I think the dark skies are a very important aspect of Alfold. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I just wanted to come back on a couple of points, just in terms of the lack of an alternative access. I mean, the access, whether people like it or not, and I appreciate it's not popular in certain quarters, but the access was established at the outline permission stage. And at that point, the Sweeters Copse development had been approved. And so there would have been full knowledge that the gas tanks were there because they're part of the approved plan. So all that would have been considered at the outline stage. And just the other thing I wanted to pick up on is in relation to the external lighting. So they did submit a lighting plan with the application, which I did review. And on page 350 of the report, I have made it clear that that type of lighting on poles is not appropriate for this rural location, and also noted the fact that it was resisted on the neighbouring Sweeters Copse development. And it's also just worth noting, so that lighting plan is not an approved plan. I don't consider the lighting to be agreed. And there is actually, I think it's condition 18 on the appeal decision for the outline application that requires details of external lighting to be provided and agreed by us. Now, my understanding is that on the Sweeters Copse development, the external lighting is effectively on individual houses. There are no big lampposts being proposed. And so I would envisage, but obviously the detail would have to come forward, but I would envisage something along similar lines. So really just to reassure people, the lighting that you see on the planning portal is not being approved as part of this application.
Councillor Cossett.
Thank you very much, Chair. I found it quite instructive to go on the site visit. It's not an area I know terribly well. And I have to say, the first thing that struck me was I stood at the entrance at the bottom of Sweeters Close and so on and looked at the development that was already there and contrasted it with what I could envisage in my mind, and we subsequently learned a lot more about, with what was proposed. And I think it's really disappointing in the way that Kevin has reflected what we're getting. I think actually what we're getting is a reflection of something we can't do a tremendous amount about, and that is the fact that this has been given, yes, it's up to 80. I wish, you know, I can wish, can't I, that we actually had something that was less houses and some of the problems we've identified would therefore be removed. But I think there are some that certainly I found particularly of concern. We went and stood sort of in the back garden of 15 Sweeters Close, and again, it was possible to envisage just how awful the environment is going to become for that particular property in terms of the car park, the housing clustering and everything else. And I, you know, if for no other reason, I would want to see some change to that. I'd feel my conscience wouldn't let me agree that, because we'd be putting something completely out. And that's for the idea of a chain link fence. I know we can say we'll put fences up and trees and things like that, as Kevin said, but frankly, I don't think that's enough. I think the design needs some change. Yeah, the lighting, the case officer was kind enough to explain that to us on site, so I was aware of that position, and I think we can deal with that. The other thing I just wanted to ask a question about was, because I may have misunderstood it, was did I hear that in putting the digging to put a tank in and so on, that once a year or something, it's going to have to be sort of dug up roughly to have a look and make sure it's still sound and working. And that's going to be in the ecology area. I'm sorry if I've got that wrong, but if it is, that sounds a horrific idea to me. If we're trying to establish wildlife and so on, and once a year we're going to go along and disturb, it's not okay. All right, I don't always get it right. I try to usually, but I'm going to listen to colleagues on this, because I feel in a bit of a cleft stick here. I don't find some of these things acceptable. What I'm struggling a bit with, although I take Kevin's point that we've got responsibility to get a decent layout and so on, is whether we have enough here in terms of, and I accepted most of what our officers said in the report, whether we have enough here to turn this down. I'll listen to colleagues and then decide. Thank you.
Thank you. I've just got a few questions. First of all, just a point of clarity, because I couldn't quite appreciate how the outline application agreed to the building on the ecology area. I just would like the clarification of how that happened, because usually outline just is like access and everything is reserved for the layout for. I just wondered how, if you could just explain to me how that actually happened, and then can I just ask another few questions, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I didn't deal with the outline, so I'm not aware of the full process, but effectively you do consider the ecological impacts of ecology as part and parcel of the consideration of an outline application, because effectively the principle of approving a development of this type on an open site that's a field does have ecological impacts, and we do have a requirement to make sure that those ecological impacts are going to be acceptable. So at the time of the outline application, an ecological report was submitted and some details put forward of how the enhancements could be provided on the site to ensure that there was no biodiversity loss, and in fact there would be a net gain. And that's all a valid part and parcel of the consideration of an outline application. And as part of that assessment, there was I suppose a realization that the ecological mitigation area presumably was in Bewley's site, not the Carla site, and it was at that point the justification was put forward by the developers that the reptile mitigation area could be moved, and that was accepted by the appeal inspector, subject to conditions on the outline permission, conditions 8 and 9, to provide further details of that. I have to say it's not a situation I've come across before.
I think it's highly irregular, I think, I would say. So it was an inspector's decision to say that it could potentially be moved, but was it actually binding that it had to be moved?
Yes, well, I think the expectation is that it would be moved, because if I go back to, oh, I won't, because, but if I go back to the parameter plan that was approved, that shows the potential for built development to go on.
Is that the yellow
area.
one?
That's the yellow one.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. It is extremely irregular and have never come across it before. And yes, well, going back to the application and the lighting, I did see on page 350 that you said that no lighting would be put in. I do have huge concerns about the parking court. I don't like parking courts, as I probably made it clear on the site visit. I think they're unattractive. They end up sometimes as a gathering area for young people, which isn't a bad thing, but when it's right next to another area of a neighbouring properties, I think that can be an issue. I am concerned that whilst you're saying about the lighting and you know, reducing it and possibly having lighting on houses, when you have parking courts, you have to have them lit. So I'm really concerned about the neighbouring amenity of the lighting right up to this person's 15 Chiltern Close. I'm concerned that they will be subject to lighting all the time, and bearing in mind, you know, whether the dark skies policy is a planning issue or not. And I'd like a comment on that, please, Ruth, if you could. But I am concerned that this property will suffer from, you know, light pollution in this area because of the parking court. You can't have it not lit all the time because, you know, I'm not saying people are going to, you know, come to harm, but they could trip, you know, in a very dark area. So perhaps you could clarify that point, and has the lighting in that area really been considered? And I would find it difficult to imagine that we could agree the layout without knowing that myself personally at this moment in time. However, I'm very happy to hear what you have to say, Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to clarify, we don't have a dark skies planning policy as such, but we do very much need to consider what is appropriate for that area and its rural setting, which is something that I tried to convey in the report. So certainly from that perspective, that is the character and appearance of the area, and whether it's in keeping is very much a pertinent planning consideration.
So we have Councillor Howard, followed by Councillor Darcy. Councillor Howard.
Yes, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the TPOs on the trees. And on the site visit, you said there's one tree going to be removed for the creation of the access point, but are there reassurances that there'll be protection of the roots and that other trees aren't going to be destroyed? And is there a way of strengthening the protection by doing I think they do some sort of a bridge, but being very specific about what happens? Because I know so often they accidentally damage the roots of the other trees as they're building, or the area becomes compacted. So can there be extra points put on to protect those trees?
So the matter of the trees was considered at the outline stage, and on the appeal decision, you have conditions 21 and 22 that refer to tree protection and ensuring that trees aren't harmed. So condition 21 of the appeal decision, I can read it out for you, is no development, groundworks or demolition processes shall be undertaken until an agreed scheme of supervision for the arboricultural protection measures has been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The supervision and monitoring shall be undertaken in strict accordance with the approved details. The scheme shall include details of A, a pre-commencement meeting between the local planning authority tree officer and personnel responsible for the implementation of the approved development, and B, timings, frequency and methods of site visiting and agreed reporting process to the local planning authority. So that condition should ensure that there's sufficient supervision and monitoring to ensure that the trees are protected during the course of the construction. And then condition 22 states, before work begins, cross sections details indicating the proposed finished ground levels, surface materials including subbase and depth of construction within protected zones around retained trees shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local authority. So that again is in there to ensure that no harm arises to the trees, and these conditions do apply. They still apply to this reserved matters application.
Councillor Darcy.
Thank you. I hope Zach doesn't mind if I refer to my notes. I was wondering, I got a couple of questions really. One is, I agree with Councillor Medinas that this is possibly one of the worst layout designs I've ever seen. I also think that I'm really surprised because I seem to remember the Housing Minister launching a national design guide about bringing beauty back into housing. And whatever you say about these houses, beautiful they are not. I mean, and they don't seem to fit in with the pattern of the neighbouring settlement bit there. So I totally agree with the two people who spoke earlier about that. Local form and pattern seems to be ignored. The design is pretty horrendous, and the houses are very ugly. I won't repeat all the other things everyone said, but I tend to agree with most of what I've heard. The big question I was going to ask, which I'm afraid I couldn't come on the site because I did have a prior engagement, but we're all talking about colour gas, and yet I distinctly heard the man say something about air source heat pumps. So I'm assuming the houses are heated with air source heat pumps, in which case, why do they need colour gas?
I'm just looking to see if I've got some notes on that. Just bear with me a tick. So what the applicant has said is that they may be providing some air source heat pumps, effectively, is what the applicant has said. But presumably they also need the gas tanks. I honestly can't provide you with any more detail than that. Apologies.
And that's fine. I just would say that in the light of what's happening at the moment, apart from climate change, the issue we've got, you would think that putting air source heat pumps in all of the houses would be a no-brainer. And you would think that colour gas should be avoided at all costs because it's horrendously expensive and it's only going to get worse. So apart from the emissions, obviously, which are bad. So I'm just flabbergasted that a modern 2022, they're putting in colour gas. I really just can't believe that. I mean, it says it all about Bewley Homes, frankly. It explains the crap design and the hideous houses because clearly they're clueless. Anyway, that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darcy. Councillor Gale, you're going to say something very short. Very short.
I just have one question, sorry. The leap for the site is located on Sweeters Copse, I believe, is that right? Who maintains the equipment and how is that looked after? I mean, is it a parish council or is it the people of Sweeters Copse? I just wondered, thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
As far as I understand, it's a management company, the Sweeters Copse management company, effectively.
I'll let Councillor Dinas speak.
If I may just clarify a couple of points, just because they've been mentioned about the colour gas. Firstly, the ones that sit in Sweetersfield Road that we looked at, they take 2 hours to fill up and the lorry parks right outside, so you won't be able to get into the site whilst it's being done. I was actually going to mention the LEAP and the LAP. So the LEAP is a management company paid for by the residents of Sweeters Copse, and they are not happy that another estate thinks that they can use it when they are paying for the maintenance of it. So that is another issue. So, you know, I thought a LEAP and a LAP more should have been provided on the site, but Sweeters Copse site, if I can call them that, have not said anybody else can use it. It's theirs, they pay for it, they pay for the maintenance, they pay for the insurance and everything else. Interestingly, it was said earlier, the reptile area could be moved. Doesn't have to be moved. And I'll just go back to 3 bullet points. One, we've got a building that's 101 foot by 97. That really fits in with Allfold. The cluster of affordable housing. Now, however you look at it, all of the, you know, 2 areas, the north and the south, all the nice bits with the nice big market houses, none of them are there. And a cluster in the car parks. I'll say no more, I think the points are made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dinas. Now, Councillor Follows assures me is going to be even shorter.
It's actually more of a question to planning officers about the tactics of what we might do next. My understanding is without being able to demonstrate a housing 5-year land supply, we need to have genuinely exceptional circumstances to refuse this. I imagine that there are such circumstances. Would it be better for us tactically, however, because a refusal could be completely appealed and we'd get this monstrosity without any chance of doing anything about it? Would it be tactically better to request a deferral and strongly suggest to Bewley that they come back and try and do better, and we work out some compromise rather than merely throw it out?
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, that is up to members to take that decision as to whether they would look for a deferral. We would take any deferral back to the applicant to see if we could achieve anything different. But you'd have to be specific about the areas that are causing a concern in the deferral, so that we can we've got something to work with on that front.
And Madam Chair, I would so propose such a deferral motion.
Is it my go now? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just reiterate, if you do defer and make it clear the areas that need to be resolved, it wouldn't be appropriate then to revisit other areas when it would return. So I would suggest that those would be the areas that you would then be focusing on should an item return.
Right. It's my go now. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I think the people of Orfold had a really bad deal. I find it absolutely disgusting. However, they are accepting of the fact that they will have to take the 80, and they will do that. But there's so much of this in the determining issues that are not right. I'm echoing a lot of things that other people have said, but the layout, the crampedness, the design and the impact on on everyone, the standard of accommodation, particularly for the affordables, it's a paucity. It's dreadful. It's dreadful. The provision of amenity with regard to the car parking for the people in Chiltern Close, that's deplorable. The impact on the ecology, that's massive. The sustainability, the fact that there is, it lacks drainage for the infrastructure, doesn't have main sewerage, and they're having to rely on gas tanks in this day and age. It's absolutely deplorable. I really think that this should be thrown back at the developers. And yes, probably the kindest way is to have a deferment, and they come back and they really consult with the local people. I mean, yeah. They've got a bad deal, the people of Orfold, and there needs to be something to right this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. So, Councillor Follows.
I've agreed with the ward member who is going to propose it, because I imagine he has a more complete list than I do. So
can I just ask some tiny little, sorry, I just wanted to ask one small little question that before, if you don't mind, Councillor Denis, just before you know, the proposal is made. The leap, it keeps leaping out at me, in that these roads are unadopted and the people are paying a maintenance. So I know, and Chris will know what I'm going to say, and I'm sorry, Chris, but just got to say it, is that in Cranley, what we've had where the roads have been unadopted is that the access to leaps is being curtailed for other residents surrounding there. And apparently, you know, we are still looking into it, but apparently that could be the case because it is an unadopted road. So I am concerned that the people in, you know, in Sweeter's Copse are not going to want people to use the leap, in which case this actual planning application won't have access to any leap, which would be a real issue for me and would not provide adequate play area. And I know it's a point, you know, we can't guarantee that they can have that leap. And we've sort of decided that they can, but because of the unadopted roads, there is nothing to say. I know there may be an issue with access. You know, I know that we can't go on there on that, but the access to the leap is quite in question for me at this point. So I just think if we're going to be, if there is going to be a deferral or that, and I'm sure we'll come up with some other reasons, but that would be a big point for me, because I think it's very important there is a locally equipped area of play for 80 houses that they have got access to, because there's nothing else around there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Denis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Follows, for allowing me to do it. I do appreciate that. So I'll propose a deferment. I do have a long list, and I'm sure my colleagues will chip in, and I'm sure I have someone who will second it. So would you like to go to the vote and then I'll do the list, or?
Before you actually frame your thing, that what we say is that we defer to enable the applicant to consider further some of the principal concerns of the committee, but we also add on and to consult further with the local member and other local representatives. I think if that will give a clear steer, I think, that we want them to actually talk to local people and hopefully come back with something that's more acceptable.
Thank you, Councillor Cotter. Through the chair next time. Brilliant. So members, are you happy to go with the deferral as suggested and then have the grounds after the vote? Is that what you're suggesting, Councillor Denis?
I can go through the grounds now, but I think there'll be many others that people can chip in. It's whether you prefer the grounds first, or if I go through them, people will listen, they can make a decision. So we're concerns about the size, design and layout of the houses and the road layout, clusters of affordable housing, the clusters of car parking, heating sources, the issues with lap and leap. As we know, the leap will not be allowed to be used by this development, the design of the development, the sewage, loss of amenity to 15 Chiltern Close, and the lack of consultation, or what should I say, meaningful consultation. So that's my initial list. I am sure there'll be many others.
Hold on, we have a new speaker, Councillor Hegan.
I wanted to pick up on the safety issues and access issues arising from the position of the gas in Sweeters Close. I think just looking at the layout, bearing in mind the observation on parking, that there could be space for off-road parking for the refilling of those tanks to at least stop denying access to 80 homes for 2 hours, however often that happens, but also to think and maybe take advice on the safety dimensions of that, because that observation really frightened me when I realised that those gas tanks that exist currently are the sole access point. And I mean, I'd hate to suggest that the inspector overlooked something, but I really find that a very worrying dimension.
Thank you, Councillor Hegan. Councillor Follows and Councillor Reid.
Just picking up on Councillor Darcy's point, I think it would be nice to know exactly the number of and plot location of ground and air source heat pumps on the site, so that we know the ratio of those that actually have them and whether the colour gas is absolutely necessary or not.
Thank you. Okay, we have a few more. We have Councillor Reid, Councillor Goodridge, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chair. I agree that not a lot of emphasis has been put on the types of buildings and whether they've looked at Alfold at all, because, you know, in this day and age, I know there are a lot of people who live to a ripe old age, and even when they get to middle age are thinking of downsizing to a bungalow. We haven't seen a bungalow on this site at all. So I think, you know, it would vary the visual aspects of this site and cater for a better mix of social people socializing. And I agree with the parking areas. I think the police actually highlighted the fact that they shouldn't have this great open space. I think Councillor Townsend said because it needs lighting, it is a dangerous aspect. And I think that aspect came up in Cranley with one of the applications there. And I really thank the police for that, because that's really important, the safety of people. I know that as I was a parish councillor in Ewhurst, dark skies are very important, and there a lot of new places, including, I think it was the UISC building, had downlights not very high so that people could see where they were walking, and I would recommend that.
Thank you. Councillor Goodridge.
Well, I was going to suggest if we defer, which I'm in favour of, that we do bottom out the lighting so that we don't leave that to a later occasion, and that we tackle that, because I think that all relates to the car parking and everything else. So let's bottom out on that as well, so that we include that when they come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. I was going to pick up the lighting. Thank you, Councillor Goodridge. I would just say as well, from the point of view of the position of the parking court, if that can, if they could consider moving that away from obviously existing housing, and whether or not they could achieve some further articulation in the flatted building, because it is, if they're going to have a flatted building there, they need to make it look at least in character with, or at least have some character maybe. So, I think that does require some design effort on it.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. So the proposal is to, oh, yes, absolutely, sorry.
Sorry to prolong. I just think there were 2 points I wanted to pick up on. One is someone mentioned sewage, and but this site is connecting into the existing foul sewer network at Chiltern Close and Sweetersfield Road. So I don't know that we necessarily need to cover that off. And just picking up on the point about the gas tanks and the gas delivery lorry for Sweeters Copse. I mean, that access has been approved, and I have been liaising with the County Highway Authority, and there, if the delivery vehicle is parked adjacent to that gas tank, I have been advised by the County Authority that there is space for a car to park. So I think that would be a difficult one to revisit. That's all. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Follows.
If I may, firstly, we could request that be verified to be sure that is correct, but also the width of a car notwithstanding, width of a fire engine or other such vehicle is slightly different, and I think also should be clarified.
Or even another gas lorry. Councillor Howard.
Well, we noticed on those plans that they're putting in parking for the lorry for the other gas with a long hose. So why can they not, knowing that that's an issue, why can we not have another parking space developed within that new Bewley Homes development that could then have a long hose back to do the Swedish Lane one, which would solve the problem?
Thank you. So we have a proposal. Oh, Councillor Townsend.
I'm terribly sorry. I just talking there about the gas refilling area. There is a bit of off sort of a little bit of off-road parking there for the actual lorry to park, but will Highways actually comment on that, because it's a private road? Will they actually make any comment? I mean, what is their ability to comment on road widths and that when it's a private road? Because usually Highways might comment on the access to the new site and the site layout of those roads, but can they have any influence over the actual access road itself? Access road to the access road?
I mean, I would say as highways experts, they are able to advise on whether there's sufficient space of one vehicle to pass another vehicle effectively, although I appreciate it's private road, but I mean, that sort of thing I would have thought they should be able to advise on, and they have, because I know this has been a big bone of contention, so I have been speaking to them about it.
Thank you. Final word.
If I may, that's fine, but if one of the neighbours has got their car parked outside the house, and then you've got the tanker there, you cannot get through. And Highways will not be commenting on issues on private estates. They have declined to take over the ownership and running of that. If I can just finish with one point, please. I'm taking Mr. Neem still online, so I'm giving him an open invitation that we will meet him at any time he wants, and we will work constructively with him. So though I have been critical of them, let's put that behind us and move on, so we can, what houses are built are quality and something we are proud of. So we will work with him, despite my slight annoyance earlier on. I will work with him and with the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. So the proposal is to defer for the reasons given. Would all those in favour please signify? Thank you. Any opposed? No. Thank you.
Okay. Are you voting against?
I'm just not voting. I'm just
You're abstaining.
Yes. So that is agreed to defer. Thank you. Now, the 9:30 critical time has passed. So you all have to agree or not agree to adjourn or continue with our remaining application. So councillors, Councillor Cossa.
I just want to ask a question. I mean, do we have people here who have come for this
I think,
item?
have
In which case, I
speakers.
think we
Yes,
are obliged to continue.
I would agree with you. I would agree. So are we content to continue? Because we have public. Yes. We'll have 2 minutes break, literally 2 minutes. Yes, okay, we will restart given that time really is marching on. So our final application tonight is the Clock House Lane for the use of a tennis court or the retention of a tennis court. Susie, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Please note that since the writing of the report, I've received an additional letter of support from a neighbouring property, Linden House. Bear with me. Thank you. This application seeks permission to use an existing tennis court in association with a residential dwelling and to erect perimeter mesh fencing. Permission is not being sought for the tennis court itself, as this already exists. It has been brought before the committee at the request of the local ward member. Sorry, bear with me. The application site is outlined in red. This is an aerial view of the site. You can see the clock house below the arrow and the tennis court outlined in red. And this is a proposed block plan showing the tennis court in relation to the clock house and Birch Tree Cottage. So these photos show the tennis court in relation to neighbouring property Birch Tree Cottage and the surrounding area. That's from the centre of the court, the existing court, and the rear of Birch Tree Cottage facing the court. These are the proposed fencing elevations of chain link fencing. And the main matters for consideration are the impact on the green belt, visual amenity and neighbouring amenity. So the MPPS states that certain forms of development are considered to be appropriate and will be permitted, providing they do not conflict with the exceptions listed in paragraph 49 and 50 of the MPPF. This proposal falls within the exceptions. The chain link fencing is necessary for the functional use of the court. It would not have a material impact on the openness of the green belt. It's considered that the fencing, which would be lightweight and of open mesh design, would not be visually intrusive and would not inhibit views across the court. The concerns of the immediate neighbour at Birch Tree Cottage are acknowledged and have been carefully considered. And in relation to the use of this land in connection with the clock house, it is considered that the nature of the activity, for example, the playing of tennis, does not lend itself to a degree of overlooking that would be considered harmful. So it's officer's recommendation that permission be granted subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susie. So we have three speakers, Janet Long, Tony Strachan and Councillor Seabourn. So I call on Janet Long first, please. Should be. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you see me?
We can't see you.
Okay. Well,
we can see you now.
yeah, right. Okay, thank you. Good evening, members. I'm here to speak on behalf of the application. I'm the agent for the applicant. They are seeking permission for the use of the former hotel tennis court for use by the residential dwelling, the Clock House. This is a straightforward application which is supported by your officers who are recommending permissions granted on the basis that the tennis court is considered to be an appropriate development in the Greenbelt, being for outdoor sport and leisure. It also concluded there'll be no impact on the adjacent conservation area and no impact on neighbouring amenity, and we note the parish council have not objected. By way of background, the court was originally in the ownership of Bramley Grange Hotel and formed part of the extensive gardens and facilities attached to the hotel. When the hotel burnt down and was redeveloped as private housing, the land was retained by the former owners of the hotel, Mr. and Mrs. Taylor, for their personal use. The court was subsequently sold to Mr. and Mrs. Major, and they also used the court periodically until around 20 years ago. The applicants have recently acquired the land and wish to reinstate the tennis court for their private use. The application seeks permission to allow the use of the tennis court to be used. This will include resurfacing and replacing the netting. For information, and as seen in the photographs, the majority of the tarmac surface still exists in its totality. And if permission is not granted, this will remain in place for many years as asphalt takes 300 years to biodegrade. This really is a straightforward application, and we will have no impact on either Clockhouse Lane or the wider countryside setting. We note there are letters of objection from neighbours on Clockhouse Lane. However, it is material that the court existed well before a number of those houses were even built. An early ordnance survey map showed a tennis court in place before the immediate neighbouring house, Birch Tree Cottage, was built. Furthermore, of the 6 objections made by neighbours, only 4 remain living in the road. The objector at Birch Tree Cottage is now sold and moved, and another objector has recently passed away. Of the remaining objectors, none can see the tennis court, and they live on the opposite side of the road and will not be in any way impacted by the leisure use. Furthermore, and in response to objections made, the proposal does not extend the residential curtilage into the countryside, as the court already exists. It will not result in the development of any outbuildings or associated structures, as there are no permitted development rights on the land, and it can't be considered to be a precursor to a new house on the land, as this would be contrary to both local plan and national plan policy. Given the above, we hope you'll be able to support the application this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is also on Zoom. That's Mr. Strachan. Mr. Strachan.
Good evening, and apologies for having to bring this matter before you at the end of such a long evening. I've been a resident of Clockhouse Lane for 24 years, and I'm speaking on behalf of the other residents who objected to this proposal. I wanted to explain why. It is not simply the approval for the erection of a tennis court fence on residential land. It will, if approved, by default, allow the building of a new tennis court on greenbelt land and land in an area of outstanding natural beauty. As Janet has explained, the whole plot was part of the Bramley Grange Hotel, but when the hotel burnt down in 1996, there was 11 acres that Mr. Taylor retained. And those 11 acres had this tennis court, but nothing has been done in those 26 years since then. The tennis court has, when we moved here, was covered in debris and foliage, and has since then seedlings and things are growing up through it. So there was no way that anyone could ever have played tennis or on that court. It was not a usable court. So having been totally disregarded for 26 years now, that is considered abandoned land. This 1 acre plot was part of the 11 acres that was left over, was sold recently, and that is when the land was cleared to demonstrate that there was a tennis court there at one stage. So it has not been used since then, after that. The other thing is there's no consent for residential use of this land. So this proposal would actually create a disconnected private leisure facility in association with a house, but separate from the authorised garden. The unauthorised use of the connecting land should really have enforcement action taken on it. So the area outlined in red is part of the 1 acre plot. And the 1 acre plot does not have residential permission. So the historic tennis court use, according to case law, has been abandoned. The original associated hotels has ceased, so there's no intention to continue. The proposal is therefore providing a new facility in the Greenbelt rather than replacing an existing one. This is a fundamental error in the facts presented to you in our officer's report. Reflecting on this initial error, the case officer considers that the impact on the trees can be dealt with by way of a condition, as it is only a new fence post that would affect it. Protecting these trees is cited as important by the conservation officer in order to avoid harm to the conservation area setting. Many self-seeded trees within the area were cut down just prior to this application being made, whilst many other mature trees are in close proximity, as you saw from the pictures. And the service is undoubtedly going to impact upon more than 20% of the root protection area allowed under British standards. This is a fundamental shortfall of the proposal and cannot simply be conditioned, as it would cause harm to a heritage asset, which is sufficient to refuse the proposal. Put simply, constructing a tennis court in a wooded area is a bad idea. Furthermore, access to the land was previously gained through the hotel grounds. As unauthorised access has been created from Clockhouse Lane, which has been used by heavy contractor vehicles to remove felled trees and allow the site to be cleared. This narrow access is also likely to be used to deliver all the necessary material to construct the tennis court, leading to regular blockage of the lane, which is also a bridle path, and creating safety issues for residents, dog walkers, ramblers and horse riders. This access should be disallowed.
You're overrunning. Can you wrap up, please?
Yep, sure. The various issues of the provision of a new private facility that is disconnected from the approved residential curtilage, the unqualified impact upon the existing trees which haven't already been cut down, and the impact upon the amenity of the adjacent property all combined to enable refusal of this application. Should you be minded to approve this application, then in order to control the impact upon the appearance of this land.
I'm sorry, but we've cut because you've overrun quite drastically.
Councillor Seabourn, you won't overrun.
Absolutely not. I should be very brief. Thank you, Madam Chair. I called this to committee at the request of Bramley Parish Council following submission of objections from the majority of the properties in Clockhouse Lane. I find the officer report is clear, so all that I ask is that you test the officer interpretation of policy as a site that sits on the northwestern edge of Bramley. We're in Greenbelt, but we're just to the east of the AONB. The site is just outside, but adjacent to the settlement boundary and the conservation area. Bramley Parish Council has no objection to the application, providing that adequate screening exists for the residents of Birch Tree Cottage, the neighbour to the applicants. I'm not going to say any more. As I said, I think the officer's report is clear and addresses the issue of concern. I just welcome you testing that's a good interpretation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And that was exactly what I was going to do. So the case law issue mentioned by Mr. Strachan, my question to officers, does the tennis court lack of use for 26 years constitute it being abandoned? Your report is very clear that this is not an application for a new tennis court. So that's the question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I will probably, with the issue of abandonment, it has to be an intentional action. It's very difficult to prove, and it's not actually something we've considered here because it hasn't been abandoned as far as we're concerned. I will defer to Lewis for a little bit more detail on that. However, what I would say is that the repair and maintenance of a tennis court is not, or anything, is not classed as development. In as far as Section 55 of the 1990 Act is concerned, you can repair, you can maintain, and you can be absolutely satisfied that that doesn't require planning permission. So it is highly material that this tennis court is there. It could be resurfaced, it could be used. They are simply seeking permission to change the end user of the tennis court and erect the fencing, which we consider to be compliant with the Greenbelt policy.
But it's not been legally abandoned as the case, as Mr. Strachan has implied.
Yes, I would absolutely disagree with that statement, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Goodrich.
Yeah, small point. Chain link lightweight fencing, is it going to be green or white or metal colour? Do we have the details of the materials? Because I think if it was green, it would be better.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it's green. And yes.
Councillor Denis.
Thank you. Going to the Bramley Parish Council comments, page 374, they've made a suggestion that a solid fencing should be erected aside facing the neighbour's property to protect their privacy. And I wondered whether we'd consider that. If not, should we have that bit as a condition, because that would make me feel a little bit happier. And just one other comment that Mr. Strachan made about an unauthorised access. I was trying to put some notes, and it talked about it's not part of the land, it's part of another field almost, and an unauthorised access. And so I was a bit confused how that worked. So one, can we have it as a condition that satisfies Bramley? And two, unauthorised access, and is it not part of the land and part of another bit of land?
Thank you, Bethany.
Thank you, Chairman. The question fence, we did debate this actually. We're in the green belt here, and a closed boarded fence would fundamentally undermine the openness of the green belt. There are other forms of landscaping that you might want to think about suggesting, but I would strongly suggest steer you away from any form of close boarded fencing, certainly in the green belt. In terms of the lawful access, I mean, we are clear that this is, although in the same ownership, it is not part of the lawful curtilage. It doesn't carry with it any permitted development rights. Just because you resolve to approve this evening, it would not inherit any permitted development rights. It would be still a separate piece of land. Now, how access is gained to that piece of land, as long as it's not materially changing the use of the land, which it wouldn't be, it's not something that we can factor into our assessment. They are connected, so access can be made to and from the site. But as I say, we would be, and we have imposed an informative, I think it's the final informative, that the permission should not be construed as any form of agreement that the land in question as a result of this permission is considered to be part of the curtilage of the clock house. So if anybody does have any concerns about any future pressure for changing rooms or anything like that, we're very clear that it would not have permitted development rights, and indeed it appears that the agent would agree with that as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Darcy.
Thank you. Just a thought about the fence. I just wondered if it would be possible to suggest having a trellis up against the fence, and then you could grow climbers up it, and it would disguise it. The neighbours wouldn't be able to see it then. And it would also blend in with Greenbelt, so that would be two birds with one stone. But my question was really about the lighting, because the condition is that it requires prior approval, artificial lighting. I think we should make a condition that they cannot have it, because I think that would fundamentally make a big difference. If you were in Birch Cottage and they had a lit tennis court, that would very much interfere with the view, the AGLV, the AONB, the Greenbelt, all that, and it would be very intrusive. So I think we ought to have a condition that they just cannot have lighting, full stop. And my idea about the trellis was serious. Don't know why you're laughing. Thank you.
Bethany, do you want to say anything?
If I could go to, I need to think about your trellis idea, Councillor Darcy. If I could go just to the lighting, I think condition 3 as proposed, I think that goes as far as we can take it. In terms of preventing lighting without further application for assessment, we can't prevent somebody from submitting a planning application. So I would say condition 3 goes as far as it can. I mean, I've not had to consider whether or not we could combine. We could impose a condition about some form of boundary treatment. and then have that discussion with the agent and the applicant, if that was your wish.
I think it's worth doing, yeah.
Okay. So,
Councillor Gale.
Just very quickly, can you stop this being used as like a public court? Can it be limited to just use by the landowner alone? Because if there's an access road in, who's to say they won't rent it out or whatever?
Thank you, Bethany.
thank you, Chairman. Yes, that's condition 4, incidental to the use of the clock house only. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you indeed. So we have a recommendation that this be granted subject to conditions and informatives. Councillors?
And Madam Chair, Councillor
Yes.
Darcy's.
With the additional condition. So councillors, would you please signify if you are in favour of granting permission, please?
$13.4.
13-4. Any opposed? And no, you're abstaining, 1 abstention. So thank you very much. It's 10:15, so that's not too bad considering it was extended. And thanks very much. Meeting over.